Hey guys, tonight we're time traveling to a world where your alarm clock is a cow mooing next to your face. Your daily news feed is your neighbor's loud argument over goose theft, and the concept of entertainment involves a lot more mud-singing and suspicion of witchcraft than you're used to. We're heading back to the Middle Ages, not the knight and castle fantasy version, but the grimy, hilarious, and oddly joyful daily grind of peasant life. You'll start your day in a village that smells like damp wool, overripe onions, and whatever the baker burned this morning. The air is thick with wood smoke and gossip. The rooster's been crowing since forever, but you've only just dragged yourself out of your straw-stuffed mattress. One of the hens pecked you in the head again. You're not mad. You respect her hustle. So before you get comfortable, take a moment to like the video and subscribe, but only if you genuinely enjoy what I do here. And if you're awake right now, drop your location and local time in the comments. I love seeing where in the world we're dozing off together. Now dim the lights, maybe turn on a fan for that soft background hum, and let's ease into tonight's journey together. You rub your eyes with the back of a calloused hand and sit up, trying to recall if you dreamed anything beyond the smell of pigs. Probably not. The smell is real. The pigs sleep just outside the wattle and daub wall of your one-room house. You've got your whole family in here. Parents, siblings, probably a cousin, maybe a mysterious old man who just sort of started living here. No one asks questions. He chops firewood and doesn't steal. So that's good enough. You step outside barefoot, the earth cold and wet. Dew clings to your toes. Chickens scatter. A goat bleats at you like it knows your secrets. The village is already stirring. Smoke drifts from chimneys, and someone is shouting again. It's old Marjorie, accusing someone of stealing her best ladle, even though she never had one to begin with. The smith is already banging at something metal with a rhythm that sounds suspiciously like he's trying to invent techno 5 centuries too early. Entertainment in this world isn't a separate activity. It happens while you're doing everything else. You don't go out for fun. You live in it, around it, through it. Gossip is the lifeblood of your social calendar, and every morning is a fresh performance. You head toward the communal oven, passing neighbors who wave or ignore you, depending on whether you still owe them turnips. The baker's wife hums tunelessly while brushing flour from her arms, and you overhear two teens arguing over who gets to help muck out the latrine today. One of them is clearly trying to impress the other. Romance is alive and well. There's a guy standing on a barrel, trying to recite some sort of poem about a frog and a nobleman's hat. He's terrible. You stay to listen anyway. Because when the highlight of your week is someone fell in a well, you learn to appreciate the finer details of frog hat poetry. Historically, this kind of social commotion was baked into the design of peasant life. Villages were small, interconnected, and extremely not private. You could hardly sneeze without someone asking if you were dying, or just dramatic. In the absence of book streaming or introversion, people were the entertainment. Mainstream records suggest peasants rose at dawn and worked through long, arduous days, but that's only half the picture. Even amid the drudgery, moments of joy, laughter, and diversion crept in like sunlight through thatched roofs. A quirky detail: some medieval villages trained geese to act as watchdogs. Seriously. Honk first, ask questions never. Nothing wakes you up like an aggressive guard goose screaming at a traveling monk as you make your way toward the well. Because every peasant day involves at least one awkward bucket incident, you overhear 3 women weaving baskets while simultaneously tearing into someone's bad onion harvest, scandalous moonlight, kissing, and the parish priest's suspicious new cloak. You don't know if the cloak is stolen or fabulous, but you will absolutely find out by sunset. Entertainment here is performative. You're always an audience member, and sometimes, unwillingly, a participant. You once made the mistake of sneezing during the priest's sermon and became the possessed one for a week. The village fool made a song about it. You still hear kids humming it. And yes, historians still argue whether medieval peasants were truly miserable or had vibrant, satisfying lives within their limited means. Some records from manorial rolls and monastic notes hint at constant toil and hunger, while others, especially folk tales and local ordinances, paint a picture of a community that laughed, danced, and occasionally got drunk enough to fight over a turnip. You grab your water spill, some on your tunic, which now smells like damp goat and regret, and head back toward the house. But you pause, because something interesting is happening near the common green. It's Wilkin again, shirtless, barefoot, dramatically flopping around like he's possessed by theater itself. He's reenacting a cow giving birth. For the fourth time this month, people are gathered. Someone hands him a stick as a baby cow. The children are shrieking with laughter. An old man is crying with joy, or possibly just aging. And you sit on a stump and smile. Because somehow, despite the grime, the noise, and the goat breath, this is it. This is fun. You might not have a lute or a scroll or anything resembling free time, but you have Wilkin. And Wilkin's weird, passionate cow birth pantomime is exactly what you didn't know you needed. You walk back toward the well a little later than usual the next day, and you immediately regret it. There's already a line, and old Marjorie is at the front, hoarding the rope like it's her own personal property. You sigh. This is going to take a while. But waiting at the well isn't boring, not in a medieval village. No, this is where the real entertainment happens. Forget theaters and stages. This is the village's daily social circus, performed in the round and open to all. You find a spot on the low stone wall and settle in. Across from you, two women are pretending not to argue while definitely arguing. It's about a goat, as usual. One insists hers is pure white and descended from holy stock, whatever that means. The other keeps pointing out that her rival's goat eats laundry. You stifle a laugh when the goat in question casually chews the hem of its owner's cloak as if to prove a point. At least 3 people have tripped over a chicken in the last 15 minutes. One of them, a teenage boy, trying to flirt with the miller's daughter, pretended it was intentional and then dramatically bowed to the hen. She was not impressed. The hen, however, seemed flattered. You start scanning the crowd. You recognize almost everyone. This is your village after all. But there are always new stories. Who's feuding today? Who's been seen sneaking out of the hayloft at night? Whose child mysteriously resembles the traveling tanner who passed through last winter? People watching is less of a pastime and more of a communal sport. You're not just looking, you're interpreting. Why is Beatrice wearing that ridiculous green shawl? Is it because she wants someone to notice her, or because she lost a bet? You could ask, but it's more fun to guess. And once you start guessing, you start building stories. And then someone else hears your story and makes it better. This is how gossip becomes folklore. Mainstream historians will tell you that peasants had limited leisure time. And they're not wrong. The demands of subsistence farming were real and relentless. but they often miss how creative peasants were with the time they did have. 5 minutes at the well. That's 3 jokes, 2 rumors, and 1 accusation of having cursed the butter. And here's your quirky historical tidbit of the day. Some villages had actual gossip benches near the well, low wooden seats worn smooth from generations of sitting and speculating. Imagine your local bench being an officially sanctioned place to destroy reputations and predict pregnancies. You shift your weight. A child runs past you shrieking with delight and wielding a suspiciously sharp stick. No one stops him. His mother barely looks up. "Just don't stab the goose this time," she yells half-hearted. You admire the parenting philosophy, practical fear mixed with complete resignation. Beside you, someone mutters a joke about the local Reeve's new haircut. "Looks like he let the ox chew it," they say, snorting. You chuckle. A few others hear it and giggle too. That's how jokes spread here organically, quickly, and without credit. If you invent a good one, enjoy it fast. By sunset, it'll be attributed to someone else entirely. Probably Wilkin. Everything ends up being his idea eventually. The best thing about the well is that it's neutral ground. Everyone needs water. Everyone shows up. So even those with bitter rivalries will stand shoulder to shoulder, pretending not to notice each other, while definitely listening in. And when the bucket gets stuck or falls in entirely, it's a group project. Nothing bonds a crowd like mutually yelling at a stuck rope. You lean back and listen to the sounds around you. A baby fussing the slosh of water, the clink of iron on stone, the flutter of wings as pigeons launch from the eaves. Someone starts whistling a tune. It's off-key, slightly haunting, and definitely not what they meant to play, but it works. Historians still argue whether medieval peasant villages were more cooperative or deeply hierarchical. Some say communities were tightly knit with mutual support and shared resources. Others argue that jealousy, pettiness, and the ever-looming threat of famine kept people wary and protective. Watching these folks bicker, borrow, flirt, and complain, all while waiting for water, you suspect the truth is both. Deep love and deep resentment can live quite comfortably in the same 10-meter radius. You remember last summer when a well rope snapped mid-haul and the bucket was lost to the watery abyss. It became a 3-week village legend. People swore they saw visions in the ripples. Someone claimed a trout leapt from it and yelled in Latin. The priest had to give a sermon about not worshiping the sacred well bucket. It didn't work. Kids started chanting to it anyway. A rooster struts by like he owns the place. He probably does. You've seen him steal more bread than some humans. His name is Rufus. No one remembers naming him, but the name stuck. Rufus has survived a dog attack, a falling beam, and a brief stint in the Reeves stew pot before escaping at the last second. Rufus is eternal. The line finally moves, and old Marjorie relinquishes the rope with the dignity of a queen passing her scepter. She mutters something about you young ones having no respect, and then loudly offers marriage advice to a man carrying a piglet. He pretends not to hear her, but his ears turn bright red. You finally draw your bucket arms, straining shoulders sore, and spill some on your shoes, but whatever. They're already soaked from yesterday's swamp shortcut. You'll dry by nightfall. Probably. On your way back, you pass 2 women weaving reeds into baskets and singing a bawdy song about a monk and a sheep. You've heard it before, but the ending changes every time. Today's version includes a thunderstorm and a lightning bolt to the monk's backside. You approve. The rhythm of village life isn't predictable. It pulses and stumbles and cackles like a drunk on a donkey. And it's at its best in moments like these, when no one is officially trying to be entertaining, and yet somehow everyone is. Back in your house, you set down the water bucket. Your fingers ache, and you've got flecks of mud on your sleeve, but your heart is oddly light. You think about Beatrice's ridiculous shawl, Rufus's triumphant strut, and the half-finished goat argument. Life here may be messy, but it's never boring. Evening descends with a soft orange glow, and you can already hear the low murmur from the tavern at the edge of the village. It's not a glamorous building. Nothing here is, but it leans slightly to the left, smells faintly of old onions and wet straw, and has been known to house a chicken or two during colder months. But to you, it might as well be paradise. You push open the heavy wooden door. It groans, like it's complaining about the effort, and inside, you're hit with a wave of warmth, sweat, and the unmistakable tang of boiled turnips. Yes, welcome to your local medieval watering hole, where the ale is lukewarm, the stools are wobbly, and someone is already slurring a song about a stolen duck. The tavern is the social heart of your community. During the day, it might host travelers or sell food. But come evening, it transforms into a glorious mess of bodies, mugs, spilled drink, and laughter so loud it rattles the beams. Tonight, there's already a group in the corner playing a dice game that might have rules, or might just be chaos disguised as strategy. Coins clink on the table. One man cheers, another slams his mug down in despair. You join them. Why not? You've got 3 pennies and a reckless streak. Roll or rot, someone says, grinning. You don't know what it means. No one does. But it sounds official. You lose your first round immediately. The dice are clearly cursed, possibly by Marjorie. As you sip the ale more, a fermented vegetable broth. Honestly, you feel the tension ease from your shoulders. It's not good, but it's here. It's warm. It makes the stories funnier and the air lighter. Historians often describe peasant alcohol consumption with concern. Yes, it was frequent, but remember the water could kill you faster. Alas were low in alcohol brewed at home or in small batches, and crucially boiled during preparation. Less cholera, more giggling. A quirky fact, turnip beer was a thing. Not common, not celebrated, and probably disgusting. But yes, some villages fermented turnips into something drinkable. Tonight's brew tastes like a bad mood and old socks. You pretend it's delicious. Everyone does. It's part of the charm. There's no bard here tonight, no minstrel passing through. That's rare, but it doesn't matter. Someone always brings a song. A lanky man with a chipped tooth starts humming a tune, and before long, others are stomping feet and clapping hands. The lyrics change depending on who sings, and tonight the protagonist is a cow who tried to be queen. The crowd eats it up. You join the chorus. You have no choice. Suddenly a chair crashes to the floor. Everyone freezes, then bursts out laughing. Wilkin, of course. He's reenacting the fall of a disgraced knight again. He crashes to the floor weakly, and each time insists it's for historical accuracy. Last time he claimed to be Saint Cuthbert fleeing temptation. The time before that, a cursed juggler. You glance over and catch the innkeeper's eye. She's polishing a mug with a cloth so old it might be more bacteria than fabric. She winks. She knows exactly how important this place is, not just for the money, but for the release. Life is hard. Fields don't plow themselves. Taxes are brutal. Your landlord has a face like a bloated frog and charges extra for using the road to your own house. You need this. Taverns were central to village life. More than a place to drink, they were spaces to gather, joke, grieve, flirt, challenge each other to wrestling matches, and occasionally solve or cause crimes. Sometimes they even hosted court sessions. The line between judge and regular drunk guy who hates goats was thinner than you'd like. Historians still argue whether these taverns encourage community cohesion or simply let people spiral into trouble. Certainly things could get rowdy. But where else could a peasant speak freely, laugh at authority, or vent about the absurdity of feudalism without immediately being arrested for sedition? You slam your cup down and shout again. Someone fills it. You have no idea what's in it this time. You ask. They just smile and say, "Root surprise." You take a smaller sip. Across the room, a group of women have started a clapping game with some rhythmic chant about a bishop's trousers. It's shockingly catchy. You hum along, trying not to laugh, when someone pantomimes the trousers exploding. The older villagers nod along approvingly. Yes, yes, very accurate. The bishop was an idiot. The room swells with warmth, not just from the fire, but from people. Their stories, their terrible jokes, their broken teeth and tired eyes. You know them all, and they know you. That familiarity, that closeness, it's intoxicating. More than the ale, more than the music. Someone starts juggling bread rolls. They fail spectacularly. A round of applause follows anyway. Another man stands and starts telling a tale about a dream he had. He was a rabbit married to a noblewoman, and he had to host a feast where all the guests were ghosts. The table listens with rapt attention. Why? Because dreams are entertainment too. They're the soap operas of the subconscious, and in a world with no books or screens, even your own brain becomes a performing stage. You wonder what you'll dream tonight. Someone pulls out a board, scratched with lines, some kind of primitive game involving pebbles. You join in, pretending to understand. Winning isn't the point. Pretending you might win is. As the night winds on, the laughter gets deeper. Not louder, deeper. More tired. More full. Even the grumpy shepherd, who never laughs, lets out a half snort. The kind of sound that means he'll deny it in the morning. And still, someone sings. Eventually, you rise stiff-legged and full of noise and stumble home. The tavern door creaks behind you, and the stars are scattered across the sky like breadcrumbs for wandering saints. Your feet crunch on the dirt path. In the distance, a dog howls, or maybe it's Wilkin again. It's hard to tell. Your breath puffs in the cold. Your tunic smells like ale and smoke. And somewhere in your heart, still humming the bishop's trousers song, you think this is how you survive it all. Your feet are still sore from last night's tavern shuffle, but that doesn't stop the village from demanding more movement. Because today, it's feast day. And that means dancing. You're not sure which saint this one's for. Maybe Saint Agatha. Maybe Saint Berthold of wet knees. But frankly, no one really cares. The church will give a speech. The reeve will try to look important. And then the real event begins: stomping, clapping, spinning, and hoping your knees don't give out before sunset. The green is already buzzing. Ribbons hang from trees. Children dart between legs, chasing each other with sticks and war cries. A man is dragging what appears to be a roasted root vegetable the size of a goat across the field, muttering about display turnips. You admire the dedication. Dancing isn't reserved for the noble courts. No elegant minuet here. This is wild, sweaty, peasant-style foot thumping. You grab someone's hand, or maybe they grab yours, and off you go. In circles, then switching, then stomping. You're not sure if it's choreographed or just vaguely violent rhythmic flailing. Either way, it's glorious. The music is provided by 3 villagers with slightly tuned instruments, a hurdy-gurdy that wheezes like an asthmatic goat, a drum made from questionable leather, and a flute that may once have been part of a chimney. Still, the beat is infectious. A toddler near you has invented a new move that's just rolling in the dirt while screaming. It's surprisingly in time with the drum. Feast days weren't just about religion. They were breaks, precious pauses in the endless agricultural grind. Some were mandated by the church. Others were spontaneous celebrations, like a particularly good harvest, a wedding, or the time old Will coughed up a pebble he swallowed in 1283 and lived. You celebrated everything because why wouldn't you? The year was full of famine, cold, and back pain. Joy was a form of resistance. A quirky example, some villages had unofficial dancing champions, usually just the person who could spin the longest without vomiting. They were local celebrities. You know this because Wilkin insists he still holds the record, though everyone remembers the cabbage incident that proved otherwise. You pause to catch your breath and nearly collide with a man holding a tray of baked apples. He looks panicked, probably trying to impress someone. The apples are singed, the tray is crooked, but he's offering them with the proud face of a man presenting a royal heir. You take one. It tastes like hope and charcoal. A group of older women are leading a line dance now. It involves twirling scarves and slapping thighs. It is both majestic and mildly threatening. You're dragged in without consent. Someone yells left and you stumble that direction. Someone else screams knees and suddenly everyone's crouching like frogs. You haven't bent like this since last harvest. You hear something pop, hopefully not your hip. Historians still debate how choreographed these dances were. Some claim they followed clear patterns and regional styles. Others argue that peasant dances were chaotic expressions of physical freedom, raw communal joy without structure. Watching everyone move in mismatched unity, arms, flying laughter bursting from every corner, you're inclined to agree with the latter. You spot Beatrice across the green. Her infamous green shawl is flapping like a battle standard. She's spinning so fast her braids look like whips. Next to her, the baker's apprentice is trying to keep up failing and grinning so wide his teeth are practically whistling. You suspect something's brewing there, either romance or a future broken ankle. Feast day food is humble but plentiful. Flatbreads smeared with garlic. Honey cakes so dense they could knock out a goose. Bowls of stewed beans thick with herbs and wishful thinking. Someone is carrying a pie that's mostly crust and pride. You sit down near the edge of the green, your chest heaving from exertion, and you look around. Everyone's flushed, laughing, chewing, moving. It's not polished. It's not even entirely safe, but it's alive. Children run past reenacting a night duel with sticks. One falls dramatically clutching his side and groaning. "I die for Lady Eggplant," he bellows. The adults clap. Someone throws a bread roll in salute. There's a game forming near the well. It involves blindfold shouting and a wheel of cheese. You do not ask questions. You just join. At some point during the afternoon, someone climbs a barrel and starts singing. It's not good. In fact, it's deeply upsetting. The lyrics involve a rooster, a bishop, and something about invisible trousers. You applaud anyway. You have to. It's tradition. Also, the singer is holding a ladle and looks emotionally fragile. The dancing doesn't stop. Not really. It just shifts. As the sun lowers, the music grows slower. The stomping turns to swaying. Couples pair off. Friends lean against each other, giggling about blisters and who tripped over the blacksmith's dog. Even you feel yourself relaxing. Your feet are definitely ruined. Your thighs will scream tomorrow. But right now, the ache is good. It means you lived. It means you moved. And just as you're thinking that nothing else can happen today, someone lights a small bonfire near the center of the green. Sparks rise into the dusk, shadows stretch, and from somewhere in the crowd, a voice calls out, "Spin-off, you groan." Spin-offs are the final test. One-on-one dance battles, pure energy, zero skill. Wilkin is already kicking off his shoes. Someone yells not again as he launches into a twirl that ends in a bush. You applaud. Of course you do. As the night wraps around the village like a wool blanket, you find yourself back at the fire, holding a wooden cup of spiced cider, sore, sweaty, and smiling. The music fades. The crowd thins. But the laughter lingers. And tomorrow, you'll be stiff. You'll be cranky. You'll swear you're too old for this. And yet, come the next feast, you'll be first on the green. The morning after a feast day is always a bit slower. You wake to the sound of someone vomiting behind the tavern and the gentle rustling of livestock judging everyone. Your legs feel like sacks of gravel. Your mouth tastes like someone stuffed it with garlic and old bread. They probably did. But you sit up. Because today's another kind of celebration, one even more chaotic, if that's possible. It's a holy day. And while the church would like to think this is a solemn affair, let's be honest, this is a peasant festival with extra steps. You shuffle out of your house to see the village already in a state of sacred confusion. A giant wooden saint is being dragged through the mud by 6 men and one very determined child. Someone's trying to tune a harp in the background. It sounds like a goose being stepped on. Today's saint is, well, you're not entirely sure. He might be Saint Beryl of the Blessed Ankle or Saint Euphronius the Mild. Doesn't matter. What matters is there's a parade and you've been told to bring the sheep. Yes, the sheep. It's tradition, apparently. Every year, one of the local animals gets the honor or punishment of being the saint's companion. No one knows why. Maybe it's symbolic. Maybe it's just funny. Either way, your sheep has been festively combed and wears a garland of wilted daisies around its neck. It looks deeply unimpressed. You relate. Feast days and saint celebrations were central to medieval entertainment. They offered a sanctioned escape from labor and a rare excuse for villagers to show off. Some holy days were official church observances. Others were more local and stranger. For example, in some parts of Europe, villagers resurrected wooden statues by soaking them in wine and dancing them around the fields. In one German region, there's evidence of a goose blessing where the priest laid hands on the flock. No explanation. Just divine goose intervention. Today, your village has opted for something simpler. A procession around the green, followed by a dramatic reenactment of the saint's life, using farm tools produced and 2 small children in papier-mâché wings. You've been roped in as the angel of slight concern. Your job is to follow the saint around with a mildly worried look. You've been told this is crucial to the plot. The procession begins. You walk behind the saint statue, which is now swaying dangerously on its cart. The wheels were borrowed from a broken barrow and may or may not be cursed. The sheep next to you stops every few feet to stare blankly into space as if contemplating leaving the village forever. Villagers cheer, throw petals, or at least things that were once petals, some wave sticks adorned with bits of colored cloth. The blacksmith's youngest child is waving what looks suspiciously like someone's sock. The statue tips slightly. Everyone gasps, then cheers. Crisis averted. You think. At the far end of the green, the reenactment begins. A narrator, probably Wilkin, because of course it is reads dramatically from a script written on the back of a bread ledger. The saint was apparently a humble onion farmer who turned a river into wine and once punched a demon disguised as a goat. The goat, for dramatic purposes, is played by a child in a fur blanket. You watch the performance unfold, barely holding back laughter. The demon goat gets caught on a bush and has to be rescued by the angel of slight concern you. The crowd applauds your commitment to concerned frowning. Meanwhile, two women sell honey cakes from a nearby bench shouting deals like buy one get glared at by St. Euphronius's ghost for free. You buy one. It's dry, but covered in cinnamon and communal pride. Historians still argue whether these rural, religious festivals were genuinely spiritual experiences or thinly veiled excuses to throw a party. Likely, it was both. For peasants, the divine wasn't just in stone churches and Latin chants, it was in muddy fields, half-sung hymns, and saints who cured sick cows. And it wasn't all joy. These events also carried a tinge of anxiety. You needed good luck, a healthy crop, a mild winter. Sometimes the dancing wasn't just celebration, it was pleading. Make the saint notice us. Make the rain stop. Make the taxes smaller. Okay, maybe not that last one. Even saints know their limits. The final act of the reenactment involves setting fire to a symbolic sin effigy, a straw-stuffed figure meant to represent greed, misfortune, or possibly the landlord. You all cheer as it goes up in smoke. The sheep headbutts someone out of excitement. The children chant something that sounds a bit heretical. You all pretend it wasn't. Then quiet. For a moment, there's a stillness. Smoke rising. Wind brushing through trees. The statue stands slightly lopsided, watching over it all. You sip spiced cider from a borrowed cup and feel something unfamiliar. Peace, maybe. Or indigestion. Hard to say. A few stragglers begin a slow dance. Others clean up the remains of the celebration fallen garlands, a broken drumstick, what might be a decorative turnip. The sheep wanders off into the woods, garland still flapping. The fire crackles. The saint looks down with his wooden eyes. The angel of slight concern removes their worried expression and stretches their aching jaw. You did well. You expressed just enough anxiety to make it memorable. As twilight falls, the villagers begin drifting home. Some hum hymns. Others hum other things. You think one group is singing about a carrot's tragic love affair. That's feast day for you. You linger for a moment by the statue, your body sore, your clothes smoky, and your heart strangely full. Then you turn feet, crunching on trampled grass, and head home under a softening sky. The fire in your hearth has barely gone out when you hear the shouting. Not angry shouting, thankfully, more like delighted, over-caffeinated crowing. A child runs past your house, barefoot yelling, "They're here. The loot man's back." You already know what that means. You throw on your least damp tunic, grab a heel of bread for the road, and head toward the green with a quickened step. There's only one loot man, and he doesn't just bring music. He brings stories, scandal, and a complete disregard for personal boundaries. A crowd has already formed. The kids are bouncing on their heels. The old folks are pretending not to care, but they've picked the best spots. The tavern serving something they're calling festival brew, which is just regular ale with extra herbs. It tastes like regret. You drink it anyway. And then he arrives, dusty boots, patchwork cloak hair, like a nest someone abandoned in protest. The lute is slung across his back like a weapon. His voice is loud, musical, and completely unaware that most of you have no idea what iambic pentameter means. He bows. Too low. His hat falls off. A child runs off with it. He doesn't notice. "Greetings, ye mud-crusted scoundrels," he shouts, beaming. "I bring songs of dragons' maidens and a bishop who lost his pants." Cheers erupt. Someone throws a turnip. He catches it and kisses it passionately. You feel like it's going to be a good show. Minstrels were rare visitors, but when they came, the village stopped. Work paused. Arguments were postponed. Laundry was left half-hung. Because nothing compared to live storytelling, especially when the storyteller had a flair for the dramatic and zero filter. Today's performance is a ballad about a knight who falls in love with a goose who might be cursed, or maybe a princess, or possibly just very assertive. The plot is unclear, but the rhymes are spectacular. "Fair feathered dame, I know not thy name, but with thine beak my soul doth speak." The crowd goes wild. You glance around. Even old Marjorie is smiling, though she's pretending it's because she enjoys poetic structure. The lute man launches into another tune, this one featuring a battle between a jealous milkmaid and a wizard with dandruff. The wizard loses. The message, you think, is about hygiene and emotional vulnerability. Mainstream historians often credit minstrels with spreading news between towns. True, but they also spread fashion trends, dirty jokes, and wildly inaccurate royal gossip. You once spent a week believing the queen had a pet bear that spoke Latin. Turned out to be a bad translation and an unusually eloquent chicken. A quirky note, in some regions, minstrels were considered suspicious and had to get licenses to perform. In others, they were treated like rock stars. One famous traveling performer, Elias the Slightly Sticky, was said to be banned from 7 towns and married in 5. Today's minstrel, however, is just one man with a talent for rhyme and no sense of shame. He begins a call and response chant, where the crowd must shout the name of a vegetable whenever prompted. You participate wholeheartedly. There's something cathartic about yelling rutabaga with 40 other people while a man strums aggressively nearby. Then comes the story interlude. He crouches low lewd across his knees and begins a tale about a haunted barrel of mead and the villagers who tried to exorcise it. He changes voices for each character. His old man voice is unsettlingly accurate, and his child voice makes one toddler start crying. It's fine. The kid is handed a spoon and instantly recovers. You lean forward. Everyone does. The mood shifts. The music slows. He paints pictures with words of misty forests, silent abbeys, and lovers carved from tree bark. Is it historically accurate? Absolutely not. Is it captivating? Completely. Historians still argue whether minstrels preserved oral tradition or just made everything up. Likely a bit of both. What mattered was the feeling, the togetherness, the moment. Suddenly the song shifts. A fast tune. Clapping. You're pulled into a spontaneous circle dance that involves hopping, spinning, and trying not to fall into the bread cart. You fail once. It's fine. The bread was stale. When the minstrel finally bows, after 3 encores, 2 improvised verses about local pigs, and 1 very confusing moment involving interpretive dance, he collects payment. Coins food, a belt someone didn't mean to give. The village gives what it can. Sometimes not much. Sometimes more. Always enough to keep the stories flowing. He thanks you. Profusely. Too profusely. Someone yells, "Marry us next time," and he says gladly, if the goat permits it. You watch him leave, at sunset cloak, flapping like a wounded banner. lute slung over one shoulder, singing softly to himself. He'll be gone tomorrow, off to the next muddy patch of humanity hungry for escape. But you'll remember today. You'll remember how your ribs ached from laughing, how a stranger made your worries melt for a few hours, how even your landlord laughed, though he tried very hard not to. Later that night, lying in your straw bed, you hum one of the tunes. You don't remember the words. You don't need to. Just the rhythm. Just the way your chest lifted when the crowd roared beans in perfect harmony. And somewhere beyond the next hill, the minstrel probably sings about you, now poor tired ridiculous you, who once shouted turnip with more sincerity than some knights swear oaths. The minstrel is gone. The field is quiet. Your ears are still ringing faintly with rhymes about enchanted turnips and lovers who fell into ponds. And yet, before your aching feet can even forgive you for yesterday's dance fest, another kind of performance is already brewing. Because now, it's theater time. And no, not the grand kind with velvet curtains and Latin monologues. This is village theater, peasant theater, brought to you by sheer willpower dramatic chickens and a surprisingly elaborate papier-mâché devil mask someone made from old grain sacks and candle wax. You're roped in immediately. Of course you are. You always are. The local performance troupe, if you can call 3 teenagers a sheep and Wilkin in a dress, a troupe needs an extra actor. One of their stars got a nasty foot splinter yesterday, trying to stage dive off the dung cart. It happens. Today's production is the misfortunes of Reeve Bartholomew and his very untrustworthy hat. It's a morality tale. Maybe. There are a lot of hats involved. You're handed a stick with a sock on the end and told, "This is the ghost of consequence. Wiggle it dramatically." You do. The makeshift stage is just a couple of overturned barrels in front of the tavern. The backdrop is a sheet with a picture of a tree drawn in charcoal. Half the cast is in mismatched robes. The other half is trying to hide the fact that they're wearing turnip sacks. And yet, it's fantastic. The audience is rapt. The opening monologue delivered by Beatrice in an accent she insists is nobility involves her cursing the day she trusted a man who confused a pig for a priest. The plot gets murky after that. You think someone's soul is trapped in a cheese wheel. Peasant theater was a thing, especially in festivals or holy days. Sometimes it was religious passion plays, saint tales, morality dramas. Other times it was pure nonsense, a chance to roast your neighbors, mimic the landlord, or reenact last week's goat stampede with greater emotional depth. A mainstream historical fact by the 14th century mystery plays became common across Europe, biblical stories performed in local dialects, often with heavy improvisation and very flexible theology. Some towns even had entire guild-sponsored performances. But in the village, you made do with what and who you had. And here's your quirky tidbit. Some peasant plays included livestock as cast members, like actual trained pigs. Or at least pigs that mostly walked in the right direction and didn't relieve themselves during the big emotional scene. Your sheep, for instance, is currently wearing a tiny paper crown and standing in for the king of regret. He looks majestic and vaguely angry. Your scene comes up. You wave the sock ghost and intone, "O foolish man, thy hat hath lied." The crowd roars. Wilkin collapses in sorrow. Someone faints from laughter. You do a small bow. It's your finest performance since the accidental eel juggling last autumn. The play ends with a dramatic trial. Reeve Bartholomew is sentenced to 30 lashes with a leak and banishment to the swamp. The leak is rubbery. and used mostly for dramatic slapping noises. The children cheer. The reeve himself, watching from the back, pretends to be grumpy, but can't stop chuckling. Historians still argue whether these performances served as genuine social critique or just chaotic fun. But the subtext is always there, mocking the powerful, dramatizing local stories, and giving voice, albeit a very squeaky turnip-themed voice, to the underheard. You help dismantle the set, which mostly means picking up apples someone threw during the finale. The sock ghost is carefully folded and returned to its sacred drawer, i.e., Beatrice's apron pocket. The sheep is bribed offstage with a crust of bread. Then comes the real prize applause, not just polite clapping, but full-on stomping, hooting, cheering from your friends, your family, and the one mysterious man who lives behind the mill, and may or may not be a wizard. You sit on a log afterward, panting from laughter, watching the stars come out one by one. Around you, people rehash their favorite moments, the dramatic feint, the rogue pig who wandered through during Act 2, the line "he took my soul and my soup pot." Someone jokes that next time you should write the play. You shrug, maybe. But you're already thinking of a title, something like "The Nun Who Danced with a Fish." It could work. Later that evening, back in your home, you replay the day in your mind. You can still hear the laughter, see the ridiculous crown, feel the sock slipping off your hand mid-ghost wave. And it's oddly comforting, because in a life where everything, your crops, your clothes, your health is fragile and fleeting, laughter feels solid. It stays. It echoes. You fall asleep smiling, dreaming of talking leeks and hat-based treason. The next morning brings the smell of smoke flowers and something faintly goaty, which can only mean one thing: it's midsummer. The bonfire logs are stacked high. The maypole has been yanked out of someone's garden again. And a goat, wearing a garland of garlic, is standing next to the baker's daughter, like it's his big wedding day. You stretch, groan, and limp outside. Your muscles haven't forgiven you for the theater performance or for the interpretive leaping scene during Wilkins' monologue. But there's no time for recovery. This is one of the big days. Midsummer is a full-body, all-day, no-shoes-allowed event. You already regret everything. Fertility festivals like this were common across medieval Europe, blending pagan traditions, Christian repackaging, and a whole lot of mud. They celebrated the longest day of the year, the promise of crops' love, and just enough chaos to make the saints twitch in their graves. The maypole stands tall and slightly crooked in the center of the village green, surrounded by freshly painted barrels of flowers, rough wreaths made of nettles and herbs, and a suspicious-looking man holding a wooden phallus like it's a sacred relic. You don't ask. You never ask. The music kicks up early. Tambourines, pipes, a drum that might actually be a bucket. You're handed a ribbon and shoved into a circle before you even finish chewing your barley cake. The maypole dance begins. You skip, you spin, you dodge a toddler with alarming speed. The ribbons tangle almost immediately. Wilkin yells artistic chaos and claims it's symbolic. Someone trips and knocks over the goose shrine. It was already cracked from last year. No one minds. And then there's mud. Glorious, squelching, ankle-deep summer mud. Because the midsummer rain, which always arrives regardless of the calendar, has turned half the village into a slippery, gleeful battlefield. A group of teens launch into what might be a dance or might be a competitive mudslide. The line between performance and peril is non-existent today. You join in. Of course you do. Within seconds, you're on your back, sliding past the Reeves cart covered in grass triumph, and something that might be carrot pulp. You emerge victorious and filthy. But no one is clean today. Not even the priest who's pretending this is all very spiritual while wiping mud off his nose with a hymn book. Historically, midsummer celebrations involve bonfires, leaping rituals, flower crowns, and divination games. You see most of that here. Young women toss wreaths into the stream to predict who'll marry first. Yours sinks like a cursed onion. Interpret as you will. Quirky fact of the day: in some regions, men would leap over the midsummer fire to prove their strength or virility. In your village, it's more a gentle stumble over a smoking pile of damp twigs while yelling, "Look at me." No one's impressed, but everyone claps. There's also a mud marriage game. Pairs are chosen at random, declared symbolically married for the day, and forced to hold hands while completing small, humiliating tasks like potato balancing or synchronized goat herding. You're matched with the miller's son. He's tall, silent, and smells faintly of flour and despair. You win the potato round. You feel weirdly proud. Historians still argue whether these fertility rituals were taken seriously or just enjoyed as community bonding events. Did people truly believe leaping fires made babies come faster? Did wreaths and water actually predict marriage? Or were these just very old excuses to touch hands and fall over laughing? Either way, it works, because by the afternoon, everyone is flushed, giddy, and clumsily affectionate. There's a lot of shoulder touching, a lot of accidental hand brushes, a lot of awkward goat-themed poetry whispered behind hedges. The goat, meanwhile, is now wearing a second flower crown and has become something of a local celebrity. Children feed it cabbage. Someone tries to read it a poem. The goat seems ambivalent. A procession forms near sunset, led by Wilkin, wearing a wreath so large it blocks peripheral vision. He sings a droning chant about the sun harvest spirits and something about onions bringing peace. No one knows the words, so they just hum. It sounds haunting, like if bees started a choir. The bonfire is lit at dusk. Sparks fly upward like the souls of mischievous saints. People cheer. The priest blesses it quickly and then politely steps back before someone throws a log too hard. You sit beside the blaze, warm, despite the damp earth beneath you, holding a mug of sour cider and chewing a piece of bread shaped vaguely like a fox. You think it's a fox. Could also be a very sad donkey. Music slows. Conversations soften. Couples disappear into the darkness, seeking moonlight and privacy, in spots without nettles. You lie back, head resting against a log, looking up at the stars emerging through the smoke. Someone sings a soft lullaby about the sun kissing the earth and the wheat dancing in its sleep. It's off-key. It's beautiful. You feel someone press a garland into your hands. It's a bit squashed, but the petals are still fragrant. You don't know who gave it to you. You don't ask. You just hold it. The fire crackles. The goat bleats once and finally lies down. Even Wilkin is quiet, staring into the flames like he's seen something holy or just really needs a nap. And you close your eyes, muddy sore, crowned in dandelions and soot. The longest day is ending. But it ended with dancing with laughter and with someone reading a goat a poem. You count that as a win. You wake to the smell of smoke still lingering in your hair and the faint, far-off sound of someone loudly denying they danced with a goat. You stretch your arms, groan, and try not to roll onto the thorn tucked into your mattress. Your legs ache. Your tunic is crunchy with dried mud. The sun is up, and your body is about to regret everything. But you're not going to work today. Not yet, because this morning belongs to stories. You shuffle outside to find the fire pit still smoldering, the last of the midsummer embers, glowing faintly beneath a heap of ash and wishbones. A few villagers are gathered in a loose circle around it. Someone has already dragged over a bench. Someone else is sharpening a stick for no apparent reason. And a third person, an old man with wild hair and no eyebrows, is seated in the center, poking the coals with a look that suggests he's about to tell you something very important that is also probably fake. You join the circle and settle in. The sun warms your face. A child offers you a piece of slightly burnt bread shaped like a crescent moon. You eat it without question. There are no bad snacks during story hour. The old man, let's call him Grimbald because no one dares correct him, clears his throat dramatically. He begins in a voice that crackles like dry reeds. It was a Tuesday when the dragon came to Mudbury. A very inconvenient Tuesday, because the blacksmith's wife had just finished scrubbing the roof. And you're in. Storytelling is the peasant's theater religion therapy history class and bedtime routine all rolled into one. You don't need books. You don't need parchment. You just need a warm seat, a willing voice, and maybe an occasional chicken for dramatic emphasis. Mainstream historians agree oral storytelling was the lifeblood of rural communities. Tales passed down through generations weren't just about dragons and saints. They taught you how to behave, who to trust, what mushrooms not to eat, and why you should never build a privy facing east. You're still unclear on that one. But the best stories, the ones that make you laugh until you snort or stare into the fire with haunted awe, those come from here. Your people, your village, and Grimbald. He's got plenty. He tells of a knight, cursed to only speak in riddles, who tried to order lunch from a tavern and accidentally summoned a ghost. He tells of a girl who befriended a bear and taught it how to bake. The bear wasn't great at it, but it tried. And he tells the slightly scandalous story of St. Ethelburga's missing slipper, which somehow ends with a monastery full of cheese. The crowd sways with each twist. The kids hang on every word. Even the adults who've heard these tales dozens of times grin at the familiar parts and murmur the lines they know by heart. You sip something warm, possibly tea, possibly ale, possibly both, and feel your mind drifting into that strange space where imagination and memory blur. You remember the dragon attack. You remember the bear baker. You were there in some impossible way, curled beside the fire soot on your face, breathing the smoke of ancient lies and truths stitched together. Then halfway through the story about the talking eel and the vengeful duck, someone interrupts. I heard it was a goose, not a duck. Grimbald narrows his eyes. The goose came later, for the sequel. The crowd erupts in laughter, because stories aren't sacred. They're alive. They change. They evolve. And they belong to everyone. A quirky historical tidbit in some medieval villages, storytelling was competitive. During winter, families would gather and challenge each other to out-weird the previous tale. Winners received prizes, usually baked goods, or the last turnip. One recorded contest in 13th century France featured a story involving a flying dog, a monk with a secret twin, and an accidental time loop involving sausages. You're not sure what the rules were. You're not sure there were any. Historians still argue about how accurate oral traditions are. Did peasants remember key facts? Did the stories carry real historical memory? Or were they just joyful chaos wrapped in metaphor? The answer, of course, is both. History wrapped in mischief. Morality cloaked in goats. As the sun climbs higher, others take their turn. A girl no older than 12 tells a story about a lost egg that rolled into fairyland. A man with a voice like thunder recounts the tragic fate of a lovesick cow who jumped over a moonbeam. You tell a short one about a ghost trapped in a turnip cellar. It's not your best work, but someone gasps at the twist ending, so you take the win. Then comes the darker tale. A woman known for her quietness. Mara the Weaver leans forward. She speaks softly. No funny voices. No flourishes. She tells of a time not long ago when a sickness swept through, and the village lit candles every night, waiting to see whose window would stay dark in the morning. She tells of prayers whispered to saints no one could name, of the silence after the priest's last sermon. No one laughs, but no one looks away either, because stories aren't just for fun. They're for remembering, and for making pain feel bearable, wrapped in words softened at the edges. When she finishes, someone passes her a piece of honeyed bread. No one says, "Thank you." They don't need to. The fire has gone out. The ash is cold. The crowd is scattering. But in your head, the stories are still echoing. 1,000 tiny worlds, some ridiculous, some tender, all real at least for a moment. And as you walk home, the tale you told about the turnip ghost begins to feel suspiciously true. You avoid the cellar, just in case. You've barely shaken the haunted turnip images from your head when you hear the distinct sound of someone yelling, "Duck," which in this village is either a warning about incoming poultry or a signal that a game has begun. You turn just in time to be beamed in the leg by a flying stick. Not sharp, thankfully, just energetic. You yelp, someone laughs, and before you know it, you're being dragged into the village's favorite unofficial pastime, a game known as hurl stick, or less generously, throw stuff and hope. You don't really know the rules. No one does. That's part of the fun. Someone draws a rough circle in the dirt. Someone else designates a goose zone. You don't ask. Everyone starts arguing about whether rocks are legal this round. A child climbs a fence and declares themselves referee, despite not knowing what a referee is. The game begins. It's chaotic. Mud flies. Someone tackles someone else over a clump of daisies. A goat wanders through the field and is temporarily declared the prize. You dodge, weave, and possibly break a toe on a suspiciously shaped root. Victory is unclear, but joy, oh joy, is everywhere. Peasant games weren't polished or pretty, but they were fierce. You had to entertain yourself with what you had usually sticks mud and a flexible understanding of the human spine. And that's what made it glorious. A mainstream historical fact, medieval villages had a range of folk games, often region-specific. Some were precursors to modern sports like stool ball, which eventually inspired cricket, or mob football, which was essentially a small war with a pig's bladder and no designated sidelines. Records from 14th century England show entire towns chasing balls through streets, fields, and occasionally someone's parlor. Your village's version of mob football involves a pigskin stuffed with straw, a loose goal involving 2 barrels, and one strict rule: no biting unless it's funny. You take a break from hurl stick, just in time to see the older crowd setting up for wrestling. The dirt patch near the common well becomes the arena. 2 competitors step forward, a burly thatcher with arms like loaves of bread, and a wiry shepherd who's terrifyingly fast. Bets are placed. Side bets are placed on whether someone's trousers will rip. Everyone holds their breath. Wrestling is a beloved village sport. There are no weight classes, no uniforms, just raw strength, clever grips, and an occasional handful of surprise flour to the eyes. You once saw someone win a match with what can only be described as the eel maneuver. You still don't know how he bent that way. Today's match ends with both men tumbling into a water trough. They emerge grinning, soaked, and triumphant. Someone declares it a tie. Someone else throws a cabbage in disagreement. You applaud wildly. Then comes the infamous stone hop, a game that involves laying out a series of very questionable rocks across the riverbank and attempting to leap from one to the next without falling in. No one ever makes it. That's the point. The goal is to stay dry longer than Wilkin. Wilkin makes it 3 stones before dramatically pretending to be sucked into the mud by river spirits. He gurgles. He flails. He monologues. Everyone claps. Someone throws him a loaf of bread. He eats it mid-drowning. A quirky historical tidbit: some villages held competitions involving animal mimicry. Contestants would imitate pigs, donkeys, or birds, and prizes were given for most accurate, most musical, or least traumatizing. Your village did this once. The priest banned it after the rooster incident. Someone now suggests a round of blind barrel. A player is blindfolded and spun in place, then must crawl toward a wooden barrel by following shouted hints from the crowd, half of whom lie on purpose. It's hilarious. It's frustrating. It's possibly the origin of all modern office team-building exercises. You take your turn. You crawl into someone's shins. You end up in a bush. You declare yourself victorious. The barrel is never found. Historians still debate whether medieval games served as genuine skill building or were just outlets for suppressed peasant rage. On one hand, chasing a pig through the square does teach agility. On the other, watching someone try to balance 3 apples on their head while hopping doesn't scream useful life lesson. But what they did do without a doubt was bind the village together. You look around. Everyone's breathless, sweaty, covered in grass and glory. A girl is laughing so hard she can't stand. 2 boys are trying to fashion a crown from weeds and string. The shepherd is proudly limping. Even the baker's usually grumpy apprentice is smiling through a mouthful of celebratory cheese. This isn't just play. It's belonging. Every tumble, every jeer, every improvised rule teaches you who your people are, who will laugh with you, who will carry you when you twist your ankle tripping over your own pride. As the sun lowers, the games wind down. People sit in circles sharing cold cider and retelling the best moments. Did you see Beatrice's face when the goat licked her ear? I swear, that was the same pig from last spring's race who stole the referee child. He's fine. He just fell asleep under the maypole. You sit back, head spinning with exhaustion and glee, wondering if your scraped elbow will scar. You kind of hope it does. You want to remember this. You close your eyes for a moment and think, I played today. Really played. And you didn't even need a rule book. The next day, things are quieter. Well, relatively. No one's throwing rocks. No one's wearing a goat wig or pretending to be a haunted turnip. That was yesterday. Today is court day. And before you panic, no, you're not in trouble. Not technically. Not unless someone brings up that chicken incident again. But court day isn't always about punishments. Sometimes it's about entertainment. Because justice in a medieval village is rarely dull. The reeve stands at the center of the green holding a stick that's meant to be symbolic, but mostly just wobbly. The bailiff sits beside him, looking like he regrets every life decision that led him here. A crowd gathers eager for what comes next, the village's very own version of courtroom theater. Court days in peasant villages were partly administrative fines, disputes, property matters, but they were also the best free show in town. Arguments, accusations, dramatic sobbing. The occasional he stole my pig, and my dignity monologue, it had everything. If you squinted hard enough, it was Shakespeare before Shakespeare. Today's docket is promising. First case, Marjorie versus Agnes, over the mysterious disappearance of a bread paddle. Marjorie claims it was enchanted and family-owned. Agnes says it looked like trash and burned bread anyway. Witnesses are called. They contradict each other wildly. A child testifies that the paddle flew away on its own. This is entered into record with great solemnity. The reeve rubs his temples. A fine is issued. To both. The crowd applauds. Court Theater Act 1 concluded. Second case, a duck accused of trespassing and intentional staring. The duck is present. It quacks once mockingly. The owner defends it passionately. He's not a trespasser, he's a seer. The priest mutters something about heresy. The duck waddles away mid-trial. The case is dropped. Third case Wilkin, of course. Charged with publicly impersonating a saint for the third time this month. He denies it, despite wearing a halo made of frying pans. The jury, i.e. 3 villagers holding mugs, find him guilty of excessive charisma. His sentence is to reenact the entire story of St. Bartholomew, using only interpretive dance. You've never seen a trial turn into a musical number so quickly. Court days were often social events. People brought snacks. Some even brought chairs. Historians acknowledge that the manorial court and local reeves held real authority over land and labor. But beneath the official structure was a layer of local performance. Justice as public spectacle. Disputes weren't just resolved, they were displayed. Your quirky tidbit of the day: in some villages, mock trials were held for fun. Literally staged performances where someone pretended to be a thief or a witch, and others played judges, accusers, or magical lawyers. Sometimes they were cautionary tales. Sometimes just a way to vent. One recorded example includes the trial of a misbehaving wheelbarrow found guilty of willful disobedience and rotten axle. Today, your village adds to that fine tradition with its own mock trial, a completely fabricated case involving Lady Eggplant, a noblewoman made entirely of vegetables, and her scandalous affair with a rutabaga. You play the rutabaga. You're not given lines. You are expected to emote. You do your best. The crowd howls. The judge gasps. The closing argument is sung by a man with no teeth and an accordion that may be possessed. The sentence, Lady Eggplant must be chopped and added to tonight's stew. You bow as dramatically as one can, while dressed in purple leaves. Historians still argue whether this kind of village mockery served as social bonding or subtle protest. Because when the landlord's cousin is accidentally the villain in 3 consecutive plays, well, people notice, but no one complains. Because laughing is safer than rebellion. And sometimes a puppet that looks like a tax collector gets the message across better than a pitchfork. By late afternoon, the official court is done. Fines are handed out, mostly symbolic. Promises are made. One man agrees to stop suspiciously whispering to his sheep. Another promises to rebuild the broken fence within the next moon cycle, whatever that means. The reeve declares the session closed with the traditional bang of a stick against a barrel. It cracks slightly. He pretends that was intentional. The crowd disperses slowly. Not because they have to, but because they don't want to leave. The stories are still echoing. The ridiculousness still hanging in the air. You find a spot near the edge of the green, sharing an apple with a friend, both of you giggling about the duck verdict. I still think it was staring on purpose, you mutter. Your friend nods gravely. Absolutely, with intent to judge. You sit in comfortable silence for a while, watching the sun lower over the thatched rooftops. A child runs past, wearing the remains of the eggplant costume. A dog barks once, and then immediately regrets it. The bailiff snores gently from under a tree. And you think what a strange, perfect day. You weren't whipped. You weren't taxed. You weren't forced to clean the dung heap yet. Instead, you got to watch Wilkin dramatically collapse while pretending to be a cursed lettuce. That's a win in your book. The theater of justice has ended. But tomorrow, who knows? Maybe someone will accuse the clouds of favoritism. Maybe another duck will offend. Or maybe you'll finally get your paddle back. Regardless, you'll be there to watch. Front row, with snacks. A breeze rattles the shutters on your window, carrying with it the unmistakable sound of singing. Loud, wobbly, deeply off-key singing. You sit up, blink away the dream you were having about a night made of cheese, and listen again. Yep, singing. Multiple voices. And someone just shouted verse 11. Or I marry your goat. It's that time again. Welcome to the Mudshire Song-Off. It starts like this every year. First a wager, usually over something ridiculous, like a half-rotted onion, or a pair of socks stolen from a bishop's scarecrow. Then come the singers, peasants with no formal training, plenty of confidence, and a repertoire of songs that all involve at least one vegetable, one bodily function, and a tragic misunderstanding about fish. You make your way to the village green, where a makeshift stage has been assembled out of ale barrels and bread crates. A painted sheet flaps behind it, depicting a lute, and what might be a swan, or a very elegant duck. Someone has placed a prize at the center, a turnip elaborately carved into the shape of a face. It's smiling. No one knows why. It's unsettling. The crowd parts as the first contestant takes the stage, Old Yorick, who once sang a duet with a cow. He opens with a ballad about a monk who falls in love with his own echo. It lasts 8 minutes. The final verse involves a thunderstorm, a pie, and the discovery of a second echo with better morals. Applause erupts. These singing contests are informal, spontaneous, and wildly inconsistent in quality, but they're beloved. Because for one glorious afternoon, everyone's a star. A mainstream historical fact, communal singing was a core part of peasant life, whether during labor festivals or just to pass the time. Work songs, ballads, and call and response chants were tools of rhythm memory and bonding. And during feast days or idle hours, singing became competitive. A way to show off clever lyrics, strange voices, or how many verses you could remember without collapsing. And let's be clear, these songs, they're long. No one writes a tight 3-minute ballad here. These are epics. Odes to cabbages, love songs to pigs, laments about losing one's only spoon to the river, and the emotional journey that followed. Next up, a duo, Beatrice and the Miller's Son, performing O Turnip Mine, Thy Roots Run Deep. It's equal parts operatic and terrifying. The Miller's Son tries to hit a high note and ends up sounding like a cursed goose. Beatrice harmonizes in minor thirds. A child in the front row starts crying. They receive a standing ovation. You join in clapping and howling with laughter. Because whether it's musically gifted or gloriously disastrous, it matters. Then comes Wilkin. Of course. He takes the stage wearing a cloak made from curtain scraps and holding a spoon as a microphone. His song is titled The Ballad of Gertrude, the One-Eyed Ferret. It is 17 verses long. It contains 3 costume changes, 2 fake fainting spells, and a spoken word interlude involving moldy cheese. At one point, he attempts a cartwheel and lands on a chicken. The chicken appears unfazed. Wilkin receives a turnip crown and a declaration of honorary sainthood by popular vote. You suspect this will not hold up in canon law. A quirky tidbit: in some medieval villages, certain songs were known as never-ending ballads, long-form tales that could go on for hours with new verses added by each singer. The point wasn't to finish the song, it was to outlast your opponent. These battles sometimes resulted in entire towns getting behind their favorite bard, cheering as if for a knight in battle. One noted record from 15th century Cornwall describes a song that lasted from sun's rise to sheep's first fart, which is arguably more poetic than it sounds. After Wilkin's performance, you're dragged up. You protest, weakly, but then someone shoves a cup of cider into your hand, and you remember that courage and public embarrassment are close cousins. You sing the classic 3 Knights with a rotten onion. The tune is simple. The story is ridiculous. It involves a failed romance, a sudden downpour, and a philosophical goat. By the 3rd verse, people are swaying. By the 6th, someone starts playing along with a jug. By the final chorus, the crowd is belting it out like it's a sacred hymn. You step down, flushed, breathless, and a little proud. You did it, and no one even threw a vegetable at you. Well, except the child who throws vegetables at everyone. He doesn't count. The contest ends with a group number, an improvised medley of all the day's best lines. "Oh, echo mine, why must you lie melts into Gertrude ran," but not in vain, followed by, "That turnip knew my father's name." It's absolute nonsense. It's beautiful. Historians still argue whether these singing contests were truly spontaneous or semi-organized traditions passed down through generations. But most agree on their importance. They gave peasants a voice. Literally. In a world where written expression was rare and silence often demanded singing was power. Memory, resistance. The carved turnip is awarded to the chicken who survived Wilkin's cartwheel. Everyone agrees she earned it. As the crowd drifts away, you sit on the edge of the green with your cider voice, hoarse cheeks sore from smiling. The sky is glowing soft orange. The fields hum with evening birdsong. You hum the onion song again under your breath this time. Someone joins in, then someone else. Soon a dozen of you are singing quietly together. Not for a prize, not for a show, just because. Because in a world of mud hunger and long winters, sometimes all you need is one melody, one ridiculous rhyme, and someone to sing it with. You wake up to screaming, high-pitched, chaotic, joyful screaming. Children. You crack open one eye to see a pack of tiny humans sprinting across the green like their feet are on fire and their hearts are made of bees. One of them is naked from the waist down. Another is holding a frog, like it's a crown jewel. And you've just been handed your next assignment, babysitting. Not by choice, of course. Someone yelled your name. Someone else shoved a child into your arms. And now, you're responsible for keeping approximately 9 children, plus one very confident duck alive until sunset. Good luck. Medieval peasant children didn't have toys in the modern sense. They had sticks, rocks, mud, imagination, and an alarming tolerance for pain. You try to supervise, but it's less like managing a playground and more like trying to reason with a tornado. One child is trying to ride a pig. Another is feeding pebbles to a chicken. A third has discovered that if you yell witch and point at random adults, things happen. You sigh, and then you laugh. Because this is normal. Mainstream historical records often depict peasant childhood as brutally short and joyless. But more recent studies argue otherwise. Children did have work chores herding fetching water, but they also had long, unsupervised stretches of time, and they filled it with play. Games ranged from the physical tag blind man's bluff climbing trees to the slightly more alarming, like jousting with broom handles, or seeing who could throw a stone the highest without it landing on anyone's head. You watch two kids now attempting to build a castle out of bread crusts and goat bones. It's ambitious. A girl tugs on your sleeve. We're playing saints and sinners. Want to be the demon you blink. Why am I the demon? She grins. You have the face for it. Fair enough. You chase them through the village like a lurching monster, arms raised, making guttural sounds, while they shriek with delight and hurl insults like mudbrain and blister liquor. A boy throws a handful of flour at you and declares it holy powder. You pretend to melt. They cheer. You lie in the grass, covered in dirt, and flour, vaguely regretting your life choices. Then it's time for dead rat relay. No actual rat. Thankfully, just a burlap sack filled with rocks passed hand to hand while someone sings the world's worst lullaby at high speed. You lose. You don't care. You're giggling too hard. A quirky tidbit: in some medieval records, children are shown making their own toys from wood straw or cloth scraps. Dolls, little carts, carved animals. Some even fashioned primitive stilts or spinning tops from bones and sticks. One 13th century account describes a game called Skullball that may or may not have involved an actual skull. You really hope that one was metaphorical. The kids here play with whatever's available. A broken bucket becomes a helmet. Two chickens are somehow involved in a tug of war. You intervene. A puddle turns into a lake full of imaginary sea monsters and at least one wizard boat made from a cabbage leaf. Historians still argue whether peasant parents indulged or ignored their children. Some suggest medieval adults had little patience for childishness. Others argue that large, tight-knit families often meant siblings. Cousins and grandparents created a web of informal care. Judging by today's events, it's a mix. You're technically watching them, but 3 other adults have stepped in to help, and one toddler is actively mentoring a goose. You collapse beside a haystack, panting. A child offers you a handful of berries. Don't worry, he says only some are poisonous. Comforting. You snack anyway. What's life without risk? Later, the children organize a puppet show. You're drafted to provide voices. The plot involves a heroic turnip saving a village from an angry snail. The moral is unclear. The audience, mostly chickens, and one very sleepy sheep, seems entertained. You marvel at their creativity, their energy, their complete disregard for common sense. And you remember, this is how you were raised too. You used to run wild. You used to chase goats and throw mud and believe that puddles were portals. You were bruised barefoot and absolutely invincible. Until one day you weren't. You got older. Your legs slowed. The sticks became tools. The games became chores. But today, you got to be the demon again, just for a while. As the sun starts dipping, the kids gather one last time to shout a chaotic goodbye song they made up on the spot. It has no rhythm, no melody. It's perfect. You wave them off as their mothers call them in. One last shriek, one last burst of muddy feet, and then silence. You sit there alone, arms, scratched hair, full of twigs, and smile. Because childhood, in all its messy, joyful chaos, is the greatest performance of all. You wake up to squealing. Not human, Not Wilkin, definitely pig. You sit up slowly, rub your eyes, and peer out the window, just in time to see a pig barrel down the muddy lane with 3 men, 2 children, and one visibly distressed goose in hot pursuit. It's pig racing day. You sigh. You grin. You throw on your tunic and boots, and you run because this is not something you miss. Pig racing isn't an official tradition, mind you. It's just something the village does when it's bored and the pigs look too confident. It starts with a bet maybe over who owes who 2 onions and ends with every villager covered in mud and screaming like it's the end times. In other words, perfect peasant entertainment. You reach the green to find the track already set up. It's not much. 2 crooked posts at either end of a roughly trampled lane. Someone's drawn a starting line in flour. Someone else is sharpening a carrot into a motivational device. The pigs are here, 3 of them, chunky, and alarmingly fast, snorting, like furry battering rams. And yes, of course, there's betting. Everyone is betting. With what they have, eggs, stale bread, favors, promises to weed someone else's plot for a day. You throw in a half-wheel of slightly sketchy cheese on Gwendolyn the pig, with the flower crown and a terrifying glint in her eye. Mainstream historians note that gambling was a part of medieval life, though it was often frowned upon by the church and local lords. Still, peasants found ways to skirt the rules. Dice games, animal races, card-like tile games, made from wood or bones. If there was a way to lose pride and bread, someone found it. Today the stakes are high. Gwendolyn is undefeated. But Sir Oinksalot the challenger from the neighboring hamlet has reportedly been trained on cabbage and shame. You take your position near the track, clutching your cheese bet and watching the handlers line the pigs up. There's no official referee, just Agnes the baker's daughter with a wooden spoon and the loudest voice in the village. She yells, 3, 2, 1, go! And they're off. The pigs burst forward like pink lightning bolts. Mud sprays everywhere. People scream. Someone starts chanting a pig anthem that's mostly grunting and rhyming the word oink with boink. Sir Oinksalot takes an early lead, snorting like a champion. But Gwendolyn hangs back. Strategic. Wise. Patient. Until mid-race, she cuts across the corner, bites a competitor on the ear, and takes the lead with absolute unrepentant chaos. You scream. Everyone screams. And then just when victory seems certain, Wilkin, yes, Wilkin again, trips into the track, holding a tray of boiled turnips. The pigs skid. One pig launches over Wilkin's head like a pink cannonball. Gwendolyn slips sideways into a cabbage cart. The crowd gasps. And Sir Oinksalot. He trots casually over the finish line like he planned this all along. The place erupts. Pigs squealing. People cheering. One man crying over a lost bet that cost him his last respectable onion. You clap until your hands hurt. A quirky, historical tidbit: some villages held annual pig betting fairs with names like the Great Oinker Derby Translation, approximate. Winners received sausages ale or ceremonial turnip crowns. Pigs were celebrities. A few reportedly had names, reputations, even songs written about them. You suspect Gwendolyn will soon be the subject of several ballads, most of which will begin, "O Gwendolyn, thou mud-born queen." With the main race done, attention turns to the secondary events: chicken sprints, goose herding, more herding away from the goose, and the slightly infamous catch the eel. It's exactly what it sounds like. You've played. You've lost. You've smelled like eel for a week. Someone starts organizing the next event, pig dressage. Not what it sounds like. No grace, no prancing. Just who can convince their pig to wear a hat and walk in a straight line. Spoiler: no one. Hats are eaten. Lines are forgotten. Dignity is abandoned. Historians still argue whether these rural animal games were community-building absurd distraction or thinly veiled metaphors for social struggle, possibly all three. But here's what you know for sure. You haven't laughed this hard since Wilkin tried to moonwalk during Lent. The sun begins to dip as prizes are handed out. Sir Oinxalot is awarded a velvet ribbon that immediately gets chewed by a passing dog. His owner is beaming. You hand over your cheese. Sadly. Grudgingly. You salute Gwendolen, who is now eating a boot and refusing to make eye contact. Children reenact the race using turnips with stick legs. A group of old women debate the merits of Gwendolen's sprint strategy versus the psychological warfare of ear-biting. The Reeve tries to deliver a speech about civic responsibility in sport, but is drowned out by spontaneous pig impressions from the crowd. As twilight falls, a small fire is lit near the tavern. People gather retelling the race in increasingly dramatic fashion. She flew, someone swears. I saw a pig in midair. Someone else swears the pigs conspired. There was whispering. I swear on my soup. You lean back, sipping warm ale belly, sore from laughter, watching Gwendolen chase a duck through the grass like she's reclaiming her honor. And you think in a world where so much is out of your control, taxes, weather, random plagues, there's something comforting about watching three pigs run in a straight-ish line for the glory of a bread crust and a cheer. It doesn't solve anything. But for a little while, it fixes everything. You wake up, a little sore, probably from cheering too hard at the pig race, and stumble out into the morning light, only to come face to face with a gargoyle. Not a real one. Not the stone kind from cathedrals. This one's wooden, vaguely humanoid, and judging by its facial expression, deeply upset about something. It's perched on the edge of the chapel roof, holding what appears to be a fig leaf and a snarl. You blink. Then you remember. Today's your shift, helping repair the chapel facade. Which means one thing: you're about to spend the next several hours chiseling at religious architecture that looks suspiciously like it's flipping you off. And that brings us to one of the medieval peasants' most unexpected sources of entertainment, naughty art. Because when your life involves endless toil, strict rules, and a strong possibility of death by turnip infection, sometimes you cope by secretly carving an image of a bishop with his trousers around his ankles into the side of the church. You're not proud, but you're not sorry either. Inside the chapel, a few villagers are helping repaint faded wall frescoes. There's a haloed saint looking stern above the altar, but if you squint, you'll notice someone has added a small chicken to his outstretched hand. It wasn't there last week. The chicken looks smug. Churches were serious business, of course, but they were also decorated by local artisans, many of them peasants or laborers who got creative when unsupervised. The margins of illuminated manuscripts, the stonework on cathedral eaves, even the underside of pews, all became secret canvases for the absurd, the irreverent, and the downright inappropriate. You climb the scaffold with your toolkit, such as it is a dull chisel, a mallet, and a scrap of parchment with "Make the Angel Less Grumpy" written in smudged charcoal. The figure you're working on is technically a representation of holy contemplation, but it's got the face of your landlord. That can't be a coincidence. You chisel slowly, methodically, but your mind wanders. Someone below is scrubbing the floor and humming a tune about St. Hilda's magic bread. You pause to peek over the edge. She's added a smiley face in the soap bubbles. You approve. Mainstream historians often struggled to explain why medieval churches, sacred spaces built under strict religious authority, contained carvings of monkeys playing bagpipes, men fighting snails, and nuns doing things with vegetables that would absolutely not be permitted by canon law. Now, we know the peasants were bored, and funny, and deeply human. And here's your quirky fact of the day. Sheila Na Gig's carvings of exaggerated female figures displaying, their nether regions appear on churches across Britain and Ireland. No one knows exactly why. Fertility symbols, warnings against lust, pranks by stonemasons who were deeply overworked. Historians still argue. The church tried to hide or remove many of them over time, which naturally only made people love them more. You take a break and walk around the side of the chapel. There, hidden just under the eaves, is one of your favorite little secrets, a grinning man mooning the apse. Every time you see it, your day improves. You like to think the mason added it on a dare, or a bet, or as an act of quiet rebellion. Inside, someone's repainting a scene of Judgment Day. The damned souls being dragged into hell. One of them is clearly modeled after the tax collector. Subtle. Someone else has added a small dog to the choir of angels. It's wearing a crown. You don't question it. Historians still debate whether these images were acts of protest humor or simply unfiltered expression. But what's clear is that for medieval peasants, especially those lucky enough to hold a hammer or brush for a few hours, there was joy in subversion. You return to your angel. Its face is looking a little too pious. You give it a tiny smirk. Just a suggestion. Enough to say, yes, I guard heaven's gate, but I also think fart jokes are funny. Later in the afternoon, the priest comes by to inspect the work. He nods. Very good, he says. Although that gargoyle does seem rather intense. You shrug. Holiness is a spectrum. He squints at the fresco of St. Crispin. Did he always have 6 toes? You nod solemnly. It's a miracle. He walks away muttering about theological nuance. You stay until the shadows stretch long and golden, watching the chapel glow in the light. The saints above seem calmer now, less judgmental, maybe because you gave them silly eyebrows. Maybe because they know in their own stony way that joy and reverence aren't enemies. They live side by side. As you pack up your tools, you catch one last glimpse of the little chicken someone painted near the rafters. It's still there, watching, smiling. You smile back. Because in a world where rules are strict, life is hard, and fun is a scarce resource, carving a farting knight under a pew isn't just comedy. It's survival. And tomorrow, someone else will add something new. A snail with a lance, a dancing bishop, a saint with a smirk, and no one will admit to it. But everyone will laugh. The sky is low and heavy today. Thick clouds squat over the village like wet wool blankets, and the wind has that particular bite that whispers, "Don't bother going outside, you'll only regret it." You don't argue. You've lived through winters here before. And while snow brings its own charms, mostly visual, mostly from inside a window, it's the long gray stretches of rain, sleet, and soul-level damp that truly test your will to live. You pull your cloak tighter, kick the door shut against a gust of wind, and face your one-room home like a battlefield. Because when you're snowed in or storm-trapped for weeks on end, you make your own entertainment or go quietly mad, watching your family chew loudly. Winter boredom in a medieval village is a formidable foe. Outside, the world might be howling, but inside, oh, it's about to get crafty. Literally. You start by sharpening knives, not for any grim reason, but because nothing breaks the silence quite like the sound of steel on stone. Your cousin is mending a shoe using picket thread. Your sister is darning socks and humming the same four notes over and over until you threaten to feed her to the hearth. You reach for the bones, not the spooky kind, just the leftover bits from last week's stew. Someone's carved a little man out of one already. You add a tiny goat, and then you both make them fight. Loudly, dramatically. Someone voices the goat like an angry noble. The bone man loses. The goat wins. Everyone cheers. Games like this aren't formal. They're born from necessity. Indoors, stuck together, surrounded by damp walls and snoring relatives, you get creative. Mainstream historians often overlook the micro-entertainments of peasant life. But archaeological digs have found dice carved from nutshells, tiny spinning tops made from clay, and little dolls fashioned from rags and straw. Leisure in winter wasn't optional, it was survival. For your sanity. A quirky example, in one 15th century French village, a game was recorded in which players tossed walnut shells filled with ash across the floor, trying to catch each other's shell. Losers had to sing a humiliating song. Winners got first bite of the bread crust. You try this now. It ends with someone swearing vengeance and another person accidentally swallowing a shell. The fireplace becomes a theater. You and your brother stage an epic about a brave onion farmer who seeks revenge on a vengeful cabbage. The props are spoons. The special effects involve flour and a small mirror. It's brilliant. It's terrible. It ends with the entire cast being eaten by a potato. Your mother applauds politely and then tells you to sweep the floor, which you do, but turn into a competitive sport. 2 teams, 1 broom. 1 goose acting as impartial judge. The broom breaks in half. The goose bites everyone. You call it a draw. Later, someone proposes a poetry competition. Everyone groans, then agrees. You each write a stanza about the saddest turnip. Rules must rhyme, must include crying. Bonus points for metaphor. The winning verse. O turnip dear, so pale and wet, thy tears have made my boots all sweat. It's recited twice with feeling. By mid-afternoon, the cabin smells like stew and feet. Someone's knitting. Someone's picking lice off someone else's head with a disturbing level of focus. You carve another goat. This one has wings. Historians still argue about how peasants coped psychologically during long, isolated winters. Were they stoic? Resigned? Mentally unraveling into the straw? Likely, it was all 3. But one thing's certain. They leaned into whatever joy they could manufacture. You pull out the board. It's not much, just a slab of wood with lines scratched into it and some pebbles. But to you, it's strategy, rivalry, history. It's a game older than most trees in this village. You challenge your father. He beats you soundly. You accuse him of witchcraft. He nods solemnly. Dinner is late. Cold. But there's honey in the porridge, and someone tells a story about a saint who once sneezed so hard it caused an avalanche. You believe it. The night winds howl louder. The candle sputters. And someone says it, let's play Whisper Curse. It's a tradition. One person invents a fake magical curse and whispers it to the next person, who passes it on with minor edits. By the time it reaches the last person, it's changed beyond recognition. Tonight it starts as may your bread always be damp, and ends as may your goat wear shoes and learn law. You all laugh until you cough, and then quietly you sit near the fire. Someone's dozing. Someone's sewing. You carve one last figure, a small, smiling person sitting beside a fire. You place it on the mantel. You feel a little better. Because yes, winter locks you in. It tests your patience. It chews at your mind like a rat on a rope. But it also forces closeness. It makes you sing, craft, argue, joke, imagine. Tomorrow, if the snow clears, you'll go outside. But tonight, here in the flickering glow, surrounded by laughter bones and really weird games, you feel, okay, even if the goose still thinks it won, the snow has melted, the mud is back, the goose has calmed down slightly. And now there's a different kind of energy in the air, less chaotic, more secretive. It's the season of meetings, and not the let's talk about wheat yields kind. No, this is peasant courtship season, which means every haystack, every shadowy barn corner, every suspiciously long water-fetching errand is suddenly charged with possibility. You didn't plan on it. You never do. But here you are helping patch a fence near the orchard when someone walks by, slowly, deliberately carrying a basket of apples that don't need to go anywhere that quickly. She glances over. You pretend not to notice. She drops an apple. You pretend it's a mistake. She walks away, humming something suspiciously flirty. You're in trouble. Romance in medieval villages was quiet, complicated, often negotiated between families, often tangled in rules and traditions. But for peasants, where property was less about castles and more about goats, love wasn't always about power. It was about survival, trust, and the ability to laugh together while ankle-deep in pig muck. Still, you had to be careful. Courting was a delicate dance, and the village watched everything. Mainstream historians often focus on noble romances, poems, courtly love swooning. But down in the mud, love looked more like passing notes, hidden in loaves of bread, accidentally ending up in the same hayloft, or getting caught in the rain on purpose because it gave you 5 precious minutes alone with someone who didn't think your hair looked stupid. Your own romantic prospects are evolving, slowly. You've noticed someone always takes the long route past your cottage. You've caught a smile across the well. You've had a piece of cheese appear mysteriously in your work pouch, your favorite kind no less. It might be affection, or a prank. Hard to tell. Courtship here is built on signals. A flower left on a doorstep. A ribbon lost on a fence post. Helping someone with firewood, even though they clearly don't need it. It's slow. It's subtle, but it's powerful. And then there's the notes. Today, while sweeping the chapel, you find a scrap of parchment tucked under a loose stone. The handwriting is crooked. The ink is faint. It reads, "Your laugh makes the rooster shut up. I like that." You stare at it. You look around. The rooster, to its credit, does shut up every time you giggle. It's been noticed. You tuck the note into your pocket and pretend your heart isn't doing a stupid little jig. A quirky, historical tidbit. In parts of Europe, love tokens were common. A carved spoon, a woven band, a small baked treat. Sometimes even a lock of hair if you were lucky, or a clump of hay if you weren't. In one village, it was tradition to give someone a goose feather dipped in honey, sticky, confusing, and hard to interpret, just like love. You try not to think about your mystery admirer. You fail. You chop firewood and imagine scenarios. You rebraid your hair and wonder if it looks intentional, or like you lost a fight with a shrub. You drop a small carved trinket near the bakery path. It's a goat, not subtle, but meaningful. Historians still argue about how much choice peasant women had in marriage. In truth, it varied wildly. Some places gave daughters a say. Others negotiated matches like livestock. But the meeting, the quiet beginnings, the secret exchanges, The laughter and shadow, those belong to the lovers. That night, there's a small gathering in the barn. Nothing official, just warmth candles and a fiddle someone's tuned to almost. You go, because you were invited, and because there's a chance you might see them. And there they are, not dressed fancy, just clean, nervous, sitting beside the fire pretending not to look for you. You take the long way around, grab a mug of cider, sit a little too close. You don't say much. You don't have to. You tell a terrible joke. They laugh. The rooster shuts up. The whole barn hears it. Someone nearby raises an eyebrow. Someone else winks. Later, you walk home separately. Of course you do. But their hand brushes yours. Just once. Just long enough to make the world tilt. You lie in bed that night, staring at the wooden beams overhead, still thinking about that note, that laugh, that ridiculous carved goat. Love in a village like yours is never guaranteed. You can't buy it. You can't demand it. But you can hope for it, grow it, one awkward smile at a time. And if all else fails, well, you do still have that honey-dipped feather. The next morning, the village wakes to cackling, not laughter, not chickens. Cackling. And sure enough, as you shuffle into your boots and step outside there, he is Todrick the Fool perched atop a barrel, juggling 3 apples, 2 wooden spoons, and a turnip he's pretending is a baby. Behold, he yells, a performance of tragedy, farce, and low-flying vegetables. He bows too deeply, topples off the barrel, and lands in a heap. Applause erupts from 5 onlookers, 2 dogs, and a baby who definitely doesn't understand what's going on. It's Fool's Day. Not officially, of course. There's no written declaration. But sometimes the village just needs a laugh, a release, a full day of someone doing something so absurd that even the reeve cracks a smile. And Todrick, well, Todrick lives for this. Most villages had someone like him, the official, unofficial fool. Sometimes sanctioned, sometimes just tolerated. A person who could say what no one else dared, who could dress like a plucked chicken and insult the priest to his face without getting strung up by his ankle hairs. Today, Todrick is dressed in a patchwork cloak made from old tablecloths, wearing boots 2 sizes too big, and a hat that appears to be moving. You squint? No, that's a mouse. He tips his hat to you. The mouse blinks. Mainstream, historical fact, medieval fools were real. Some worked in noble courts, trained to entertain kings with wordplay mimicry and music. But village fools were different, looser, wilder. Sometimes they were truly clever, sometimes just loud. But they all served a strange, important purpose, saying what others couldn't. Today's routine includes pretending to be the reeve's long-lost twin brother, back from the monastery with spiritual secrets and a suspicious rash. Delivering a fake sermon titled The Moral Failings of Goats, using only sock puppets, holding a public consultation on whether the moon is actually a giant wheel of cheese, and if so, which villager should take the first bite. You attend all 3. You laugh until your ribs ache. Then the trial of the century begins. Todrick accuses himself of serious crimes against soup. A jury is formed. You are elected judge because you once made eye contact with him during a thunderstorm, and he claims that binds our destinies. The charges stirring stew counterclockwise under a waning moon, adding onion without permission, telling the soup his secrets. He defends himself eloquently, cries once, quotes a goose. The crowd is in tears. The verdict guilty, but adorable. His punishment to wear a cabbage on his head for 1 hour. He accepts this with dignity and an interpretive dance. You watch him collapse in the grass, eyes closed, face to the sky. The cabbage slips slightly over one eye. "It is done," he whispers. "The soup is avenged." Someone throws a carrot at him in salute. A quirky historical tidbit in parts of medieval Europe. Local festivals sometimes appointed a lord of misrule, a peasant or jester, temporarily given mock authority. They'd issue ridiculous commands, swap roles with elders, or lead processions in absurd costumes. The goal: invert society, let off steam. Remind everyone that sometimes the world is best faced sideways. Historians still argue whether fools were truly protected figures or just tolerated until they crossed a line. But the clever ones like Todrick knew how to dance that line. Joke too hard? Fall down. Cry a little. Distract with a fart joke. You sit beside him after the cabbage has wilted. He's quiet now, thoughtful. You know he says softly, "Laughter's the only thing they can't tax." You nod. You offer him a crust of bread. He turns it into a puppet. Behold Sir Crunch-a-Lot, defender of crumbs. You both laugh. The village needs Todrick. You all do. In a world ruled by landlords, hunger, and the endless wheel of work, he's a reminder that joy is an act of resistance. Later at the tavern, he performs a final number, a song about a lovesick mushroom and a jealous snail. It rhymes. Mostly. The chorus is just the word mushroom sung louder and louder. Everyone joins in. You walk home under a soft moon still humming. The laughter clings to your ribs. Your cheeks hurt from smiling. And as you crawl into bed, you think maybe the fool isn't the fool at all. Maybe he's the only one truly free. The sun rises slow and honey-colored, stretching golden fingers across frost-laced fields. You yawn, sit up and stretch toward the beams of light coming through your window. Today feels different. Not because of the weather, not because of work, but because once again there's music on the wind. And that can only mean one thing. Strangers, not invaders, not soldiers, not merchants either. Performers. You spot them before breakfast, a wagon rolling into the village piled high with boxes, scarves, and a suspiciously wobbly cage draped in canvas. A man in a crooked hat sits on the front bench, strumming a lyre with more enthusiasm than skill. A woman waves dramatically at a chicken. The chicken bows. You blink. You grab your cloak. You follow the sound of promises. The village gathers fast. Strangers always pull a crowd. There's excitement in the air, spiced with a hint of doubt, because when someone rolls into your home shouting, "Prepare thine eyes for wonders beyond time and tick," they're either about to amaze you or sell you very expensive soup. The wagon opens with flair. Inside instruments juggling pins, 2 barrels marked cabbage elixir, not for internal use, and an old man dressed entirely in violet who claims to be a doctor. He bows low. "Behold," he says, "I cure melancholy, goat rash, broken hearts, and occasionally death, though only on Thursdays." Everyone claps. Everyone knows it's nonsense, but that's part of the charm. Medieval villages were visited now and then by wandering entertainers, jugglers, fire eaters, musicians, herbalists, acrobats, and sometimes charlatans with an affinity for dubious potions and excellent hats. These visits were rare but unforgettable. Entire villages talked about the man who swallowed the candle or the dancing bear with the flute for years afterward. Mainstream historical fact-traveling performers operated on the fringes of medieval society. They were sometimes welcomed, sometimes chased out with sticks, but they were also bearers of novelty, of stories from elsewhere, of laughter that didn't come from inside your own home. You join the crowd as the show begins, first juggling, 3 apples, then 5, then 7. He drops 2. Pretends it's on purpose. catches the last one in his mouth. The crowd roars. Then comes the fire trick. The woman breathes a plume of flame into the gray sky. A sheep faints. The priest crosses himself. Children scream in delight. But the best part, the doctor. He produces a bottle, greenish, vaguely glowing. He claims it's made from rosemary frog spit and moonlight trapped in a jar. He calls it essence of vital rebalancing. He says it will cure lethargy, heartbreak, and disappointing relatives. He offers samples. You take one, it smells like sadness and parsley. You sip, you gag, everyone laughs. You laugh harder. It doesn't work, but you weren't expecting it to. A quirky, historical tidbit. Some medieval peddlers sold remedies like crushed snail shells for freckles or powdered dog dung for toothaches. One traveling physician in 14th century Italy claimed he could reverse baldness and moral decay with fermented swan juice. He was very popular. For a week, the show moves to illusions. Not real magic, just sleight of hand. A coin disappears. A scarf turns into a chicken. You swear he pulled an egg out of someone's elbow. The crowd gasps. The children try to copy him. One almost sets his tunic on fire. Historians still debate whether these performers brought danger carrying news-foreign sickness or radical ideas. Others argue they were essential. They reminded people that the world was wider than their field, that wonder still existed even in villages with more pigs than people. You watch as the woman balances on a barrel, blindfolded juggling apples while reciting a poem about a knight in love with a trout. It's oddly beautiful. The apples fly. The wind shifts. She sticks the landing and bows low. You find yourself clapping without thinking. Later, the performers open their cart to sell wares. Tiny glass bottles, feathers, magic beans. They're just regular beans and fortune-telling sessions offered by a goose named Clementine. You pay 2 pennies. The goose pecks at your sleeve. The woman translates, Clementine sees love, mild digestion issues, and a minor incident with a ladder in your near future. You nod solemnly. Clementine is rarely wrong. As twilight falls, the cart closes. The performers bow. The violet doctor gives a final speech. May your cows be faithful, your bread rise high, and your dreams smell only slightly of cabbage. The wagon rolls out, wheels creaking. The goat tied to the back waves its tail, and they're gone, just like that. Leaving behind laughter, a few half-drunk elixirs, and a dozen stories no one will ever tell the same way twice. You sit near the fire watching the last embers of day flicker and fade, thinking about how one afternoon of absurdity could make your whole week feel lighter. And you know tomorrow, Wilkin will try to juggle. Someone will imitate the goose. A child will insist they saw a real wizard. And you'll remember the moment when the woman turned a scarf into a chicken, and for just a second, you believed. The night is still. No drums, no fiddles, no shouting about cursed vegetables or pigs with a grudge. Just the soft rustle of wind through bare branches and the low, steady crackle of a communal fire in the village green. It's the last evening before planting season begins in earnest, and everyone knows what that means. One last night of warmth before mornings become a blur of hoeing, sowing aching backs and arguments about how deep is too deep for a seed. So tonight, no one talks of chores. No one mentions the fields. Tonight is for the fire. You wrap your cloak tighter, make your way to the flickering orange circle, and ease yourself down onto a log still warm from the last person. Around you, familiar faces tired but calm. Even the children are subdued, huddled together, trading crumbs and elbow jabs in silence. Someone tosses another log into the flames. Sparks rise like frantic stars. The priest is here too, not preaching, just watching a mug of something steaming cradled in his hands. The blacksmith sits next to the beekeeper, their shadows long and soft behind them. Even old Marjorie, who once hexed an entire carrot harvest by glaring too hard, is smiling gently, muttering something about peaceful knees. There's no plan for the night, no performance, no schedule. Just the warmth, the shared silence, and a few quiet murmurs that drift in and out like fireflies. You lean back and let it settle. These nights, the slow ones, the soft ones, they don't get written down in annals or scrolls. They're not big. They're not loud. But they matter, because this too is entertainment. This stillness. This space where laughter has already happened, and silence is the sweetest sound left behind. Someone starts humming a tune low and slow without words. Others join in. No harmonies. Just voices, imperfect and human, folding together like old wool. You hum too, because it feels right. You don't even realize you're swaying. A child passes around slices of warm honey bread. Another hands out tiny clay cups of watered cider. There's no toast, just nods. Then someone not Wilkin surprisingly says, "Let's tell one more." And so you do. You tell a story you barely remember hearing as a child, something about a fox who fell in love with the moon and tried to climb the tallest tree in the world. He got stuck. The moon laughed. So did the stars. The fox never got his kiss, but the night sky kept him company ever after. Everyone smiles. No one speaks. There's no need. And as the fire settles lower and the logs give their final hiss, the villagers begin to drift home one by one. A squeeze of the shoulder here. A hand brushed in farewell there. You stay a little longer just watching the last coal glow in the ash, because in the end, after the plays and songs, the dances, the pig races, and the goat-themed poetry, this is how peasants really entertain themselves. By sitting close, by sharing warmth, by holding space for each other, by building memories out of embers. And as the last ember fades, you rise, slowly stretch out the stiffness from your legs, and walk home under a sky so full of stars it looks like a bowl of glowing seeds. Your door creaks open. Your bed is cold but soft. You lie down, pull the blanket to your chin, and smile to yourself. Tomorrow, the work begins again. But tonight you were still. So now, the fire's gone quiet. Your feet are tucked under the blanket. The air in the room is still and cool. And outside, the wind nudges softly at the shutters, like an old friend checking in one last time before sleep. You close your eyes, and maybe you still see the flames dancing in that circle of muddy boots and wool cloaks. Maybe you still hear the humming, uneven, half forgotten, the kind of song that only sounds good under the stars. The village has gone to bed, even the goose, even Wilkin. The laughter has settled into the walls, where it will wait patiently for the next feast day, the next foolish story, the next carved goat or cabbage crown. But for now, there's nothing left to do but rest. Your fingers relax. Your breath slows. The hay beneath your mattress crinkles faintly as you shift, once then still. And maybe, just maybe, you'll dream of dancing saints of turnips in love of a fox climbing the sky to kiss the moon, or of someone sitting beside you, silently not needing to speak, because both of you know you lived 1,000 lives in that village, and each one ended here, in this quiet. No need to hurry. No need to hold anything tight. The story's done. You're warm, and you're home. Why medieval peasants were always hungry. We journey back to a time when breakfast was mostly missing, shoes were optional, and your bed was stuffed with straw and shared with fleas. That's right, we're stepping into the worn-out leather shoes of a medieval peasant. You open your eyes to the pale light of dawn filtering through the cracks in your wattle and daub hut. Your stomach growls like it has a personal vendetta, but all you can smell is wet earth smoke and a hint of yesterday's cabbage. Your feet hit the cold dirt floor, and your first thought isn't about dreams or ambitions. It's, did the rats get into the grain again? You pull on a scratchy wool tunic, your only tunic, and tug a threadbare hood over your head. Outside, mist clings to the fields like a soggy blanket. Your breath fogs in the chill air as you trudge to the vegetable plot, hoping a few limp onions survived the frost. You're not technically a serf, at least not this week. But you do owe your lord labor, livestock, and most of your harvest. In exchange, you get protection, which is kind of like saying, congratulations, you're alive. For now. Your day starts before the sun and ends when your fingers stop working. It's the 14th century, and hunger isn't a misfortune, it's just Tuesday. You head toward the fields, your boots caked in frozen mud, assuming you even have boots. Some folks just wrap their feet in old cloth or go barefoot entirely, toes numb and cracked. Historians still argue whether the average peasant's calorie intake even covered their energy output. Spoiler: it probably didn't. You pass your neighbor, old Hilda, who's already knee-deep in compost, muttering about gnomes cursing her cabbage patch. She's 38, but looks 70, her back shaped like a question mark. You give her a nod, and try not to think about the fact that your last full meal was 3 days ago, and involved something that might have once been a pigeon. Your field is unimpressive, a thin strip of land worked to exhaustion. The soil is tired like you, and barely produces enough to keep a mouse alive. You hack at frozen earth with a wooden hoe, trying not to let your mind wander to what you would eat if you had the choice. Roast goose, apples baked with honey, cheese, real cheese, not the curdled mystery lump your cousin tried to ferment in a bucket under the bed. Instead, your breakfast, if we're feeling generous, is a stale hunk of dark rye bread, so dense it could double as a weapon. Maybe you dipped it in water to soften it, maybe not. You chew slowly, letting your jaw do the heavy lifting, while your stomach sends sad little signals that say, "Please, sir, I want some more." You probably won't survive this decade. That's not me being dramatic, that's just the odds. Infant mortality is sky high. Disease is everywhere. And every single winter feels like it might be your last. Still, life continues. You see your youngest chasing a chicken, laughing. It's one of the few sounds of joy you get to hear these days. The chicken wins, of course. Chickens always win. They're mean like that. As you work, the church bell tolls in the distance. You pause, press 2 fingers to your forehead in a quick, exhausted blessing, and get back to digging. That's the rhythm of peasant life, labor, prayer, hunger, repeat. You remember a tale your grandfather used to tell, that back in the good old days, there was more food, more rain, and less death. You're not sure if he meant it or was just trying to make himself feel better about eating boiled dandelions. Historians still debate whether the average peasant fared better before the Norman conquest or after, but to you, the difference is academic. Either way, you're cold, tired, and running out of onions. A passing friar stops to bless your field, offers you a smile, and then gently reminds you about the upcoming tithe collection. Of course, because nothing says spiritual fulfillment, like giving up your last sack of barley, so the monastery can gild another Bible page. Lunch comes and goes without much fanfare. Maybe a bite of porridge, maybe a watery leek stew. You dream of meat, but even dreaming feels expensive. Most of the livestock belongs to the manor, and poaching is punishable by death or worse, mutilation. Remember, you don't own your land. You borrow it from someone who's never touched a shovel in his life. As the sky darkens toward evening, you return home with a bundle of twigs for the fire and a prayer that the roof doesn't leak tonight. Your hut smells like damp wool and old garlic. Your children lie curled in straw, their ribs like ladder rungs. You spoon out the last of the pottage, more gruel than substance, and share what you can. You lie down next to your wife on the hard-packed earth floor, watching smoke from the fire curl toward the rafters. Your belly rumbles again, like it always does, and you find yourself whispering to no one in particular. Tomorrow, maybe I'll catch that chicken. The next morning, you wake up still chewing that dream about catching the chicken. Unfortunately, the chicken remains undefeated, and so does your hunger. You sit up slowly, every joint, complaining your spine, clicking like old floorboards. Outside, mist clings to the thatch roofs, and the air carries the faint tang of manure smoke and something you think is turnip stew from a neighbor's hut. Breakfast. Same as yesterday. Bread. Just bread. And not the kind you might imagine from a bakery display window, with warm lighting and soft music. This is medieval bread, rough dark, heavy as a brick, and coarse enough to scrape the roof of your mouth like sandpaper. Made from rye barley or oats, because wheat is for the rich. It's more survival mechanism than meal. Still, you eat it slowly, tearing off a tough corner, chewing hard, washing it down with lukewarm ale. You don't drink water because you're not trying to add intestinal worms to your already cursed bingo card. Ale is safer. And no, it won't get you drunk. This is weak, small beer, brewed to be just strong enough to kill bacteria and maybe help you forget the taste of your own bread. It's not just that you eat bread, it's that you eat almost only bread. Historians estimate that in some places, up to 80% of a peasant's daily calories came from bread alone, and not even the good stuff. The wealthy got fine white loaves, made with sifted flour and honey. You got the heel of a cracked rye loaf with a pebble or two for crunch. It's kind of like being on a bread-based keto diet, except the keto part never shows up. And the bread isn't always just grain. In a lean year, millers stretch flour with anything they can grind: acorns, beans, even sawdust. Some even mix in clay to bulk it up, which is as nutritious as it sounds. But when your choices are dirt loaf or nothing, guess what wins? You trudge out to the communal oven with your dough lump wrapped in a cloth. Everyone's already queued up, arguing about whose turn it is, whose bread smells like mold, and who's been skimping on flour. You remember your cousin once tried to sneak in a lump of dough filled with mashed peas and animal fat. It exploded in the oven. No one's forgotten. One of the women laughs as you show your loaf. "Looks like you baked a stone," she says. You laugh too, mostly because crying would take too much energy. While the bread bakes, you linger with the others near the fire. There's something comforting about the smell of even bad bread rising in a hot oven. You share rumors. Someone saw a fox near the sheep pens. Someone else says a merchant passed through the next village and was selling oranges. Oranges. You've never seen one. You wonder if it tastes like sun. A boy runs past with a hunk of cheese clutched in both hands like treasure. You can hear your stomach groan. The memory of cheese is distant and holy. You once had a bite of soft sheep's cheese at a midwinter festival and nearly wept. That was 4 years ago, but you're not alone. Everyone around you is hungry in the same quiet, persistent way. Your neighbor Marta nods toward the oven. If it burns a little, just scrape it, she says kindly. Adds flavor. She's missing 3 teeth, and her left eye doesn't quite line up with the right, but she's wise. Peasant survival isn't about thriving, it's about adapting. Scraping the burned part is a life skill now. And this is where the system really tightens its grip. Because even when your bread comes out, okay, miracle of miracles, you still owe a chunk of it to your Lord, or to the church, or both. The manor might take a portion of your grain, which means they're technically taking a bite of every loaf before it's even baked. Historians still argue whether peasants had control over their own grain supplies or whether manor lords controlled distribution entirely. Either way, you're the one with flour under your nails and a stomach that never quite feels full. You finally return home, still warm loaf in hand. Your children's eyes light up when they see it. You tear it into pieces, offering the biggest one to your youngest. The rest of you get smaller bites, soaking the tough bread in broth to soften it. It's just onion water, really, but it helps. You remember when a traveling monk gave your family a small sack of wheat flour. You made white bread that day, light soft, almost sweet. It was gone in minutes. You still talk about it like it was a visit from royalty. Bread isn't just food. Here, it's ritual, status, and survival. Rich folk get theirs baked by servants sliced with knives served with butter. You eat yours hunched over a wooden bowl, sharing bites and counting crumbs. The term daily bread isn't just poetic, it's painfully literal. One fringe account claims that some peasants baked their bread into thick flat cakes and used them as plates called trenchers. At the end of the meal, they'd eat the trencher too. Nothing wasted. Honestly, it sounds efficient if deeply depressing. But not all bread is created equal. There's a running joke that you can tell how bad the harvest was by how chewy the bread is. Last year, you could bounce it off a wall. This year, well, it's less dangerous. After dinner, you stretch out on your mat, belly half full, muscles sore. Outside, the stars are sharp and clear, no pollution here, just pure medieval darkness. You close your eyes, thinking again of cheese and chickens, and maybe, just maybe, a loaf of soft bread that doesn't fight back. The next day rolls in with the same gray sky, the same aching limbs, and surprise, the same stomach pangs. You dreamt of honey cakes last night. You wake up with a mouthful of your own hair and the bitter taste of disappointment. Outside, the wind is playing with the thatch on your roof again, and your youngest is poking at a dead rat with a stick. Just another Tuesday in the medieval countryside. Today, you're especially nervous because the weather's been weird lately. Too much rain. Not enough sun. Your crops are acting twitchy. The barley looks half asleep, and the peas have stopped trying altogether. Welcome to crop roulette, where the dice are rigged and the house always wins. You trudge into the fields, your boots squelching in wet soil. Some days it's mud, some days it's dust, but most days it's both in different corners. One part of your field is flooded, another's cracked like baked bread crust. You don't know which is worse. All you know is if this harvest fails, you're in real trouble. Again, see, in this century, one bad crop year doesn't just mean a light wallet. It means famine. Real stomach-turning, desperate hunger. And famine isn't just a one-season drama. It's got sequels. A wet spring means mildew. A dry summer means shriveled grain. A harsh winter ruins next year's planting. And all that assumes no one's sheep breaks into your garden and eats everything first. Historians still argue whether the worst famines were regional accidents or systemic collapses. But for you, it doesn't matter. You're living on the edge of survival, and the weather's got the final say. Your village talks about the Great Famine like it was a storm that passed through and knocked everyone over. That was in the early 1300s before you were born, but the stories hang heavy. People eating dogs, families selling their children. One guy supposedly ate the leather from his boots, and then the boots themselves. You try not to think about it, but you've caught yourself eyeing your shoes more than once lately. The signs are starting to show. Your neighbor's pigs look skinny. The miller's wife keeps watering down her soup and scowling more than usual. Even the village priest mumbled something about God testing the faithful, which is priest speak for we're in trouble. There's no way to cheat the system. You can't import food from another country. You can't run to the store. Your village is your universe. And if your part of that universe has a bad year, so does your stomach. You try to rotate your crops, but let's be real. You only have so much land, and some of it belongs to the manor. Half the time you're growing what the Lord wants, not what your family needs. Wheat fetches a better price, sure, but barley survives better in poor soil. Oats are hardy, but your kids groan every time they see oat porridge. One quirky belief that still lingers is the idea that planting during certain moon phases will bless your crops. The old widow who lives by the woods swears by it. If you seed when the moon's thin as a fingernail, your turnips will split like sinners on Judgment Day. You don't believe her. Except this year you tried it, just in case. The irony. The manor lord's fields are doing fine. That's because he has the best land and oxen and is steward with actual training. You have a bent rake, a cow with attitude, and your cousin Tom, who once tried to plant potatoes before realizing it's the 1300s and potatoes aren't even in Europe yet. Tom is very enthusiastic, not very smart. You've heard whispers of new methods, 3-field rotation, using legumes to fix nitrogen. But those are mostly monastery-level ideas. You try to get your hands on those tricks, but it's hard when your whole day is spent scraping mud off your face and chasing crows out of the carrot patch. Around midday, a traveling merchant rides past on a horse that looks better fed than you. He's got dried figs honeycomb, and oh, sweet mercy, is that salted cod. You watch him ride past like he's a mirage. You've never tasted cod. You've never seen a fig. You once tried to grow garlic, but the soil got moldy, and your dog dug up half of it. He throws a pity smile your way, tosses a small apple to your child, and disappears over the hill. That apple becomes the highlight of the week. You slice it into tiny pieces and hand them out like communion wafers. When you return to your plot, you notice something awful black spots on the bean plants. You feel your stomach drop. You've seen this before. Last time it spread to the whole patch. You know what that means? Less food for winter? You mumble a few protective words, half prayer, half desperation. Later tonight, you'll leave a clump of salt by the gate to ward off rot. It probably doesn't work, but it might. Historians still debate how much medieval people understood about soil science or disease resistance in plants. They didn't have the vocabulary, sure, but they had instincts. You've learned to read the tilt of a leaf, the thickness of a stem, the way the air smells before a frost. You've learned that hope is both necessary and dangerous. You tell yourself, Next season will be better. It has to be. But in the back of your mind, you're already planning which animal to sell, which meals to skip, and how long you can stretch a sack of millet. You come home that evening, hands caked in dirt, face tight with worry. Your wife says the baby coughed twice today. That might mean nothing, or it might mean something terrible. You hold the child close, counting ribs, wishing your breath smelled like stew instead of sorrow. Outside, the wind picks up again. The clouds hang low heavy with more bad decisions. You curl up next to the fire and try to fall asleep, but in your dreams, it's always the same endless rows of failing crops and a single loaf of bread you can never quite reach. By now, you've accepted that working your fingers to the bone still doesn't mean you get to eat first, or second, or even third. You finally got a halfway decent harvest last season, enough to patch the roof and fill a few sacks. But just as you start to imagine chewing something besides bark-crusted barley bread, the church shows up with its hand out. Again. Ah, yes, the tithe trap. The system where 1/10 of everything you grow, raise, or make magically disappears into God's pantry, which suspiciously looks a lot like Father Baldwin's cellar. You trudge to the tithe barn with a sack of grain over your shoulder. Your oldest trails behind you, dragging a basket of limp cabbages. The path is slick with autumn mud, and every step feels heavier with the knowledge that the best part of your crop, the cleanest, least moldy, least wormy bits, won't even feed your own family. Nope. That's the Lord's share. Capital L, church or manor, take your pick. You arrive to find a queue. Of course. Everyone's trying to offer their meager bounty before the priest does his inspection. You're pretty sure he sniffs the sacks just to look extra holy. When your turn comes, you hand over your grain with a smile that says, "Sure starved my kids, no problem." Father Baldwin nods solemnly and offers a perfunctory blessing. You resist the urge to ask if blessings can be boiled. Historians still argue whether the tithe was uniformly enforced across regions, or if local customs offered more flexibility. You know what's not flexible. A goat that died last week from eating spoiled turnips. And guess what? The church wanted a tithe of that goat. Too bad she's currently feeding worms. To be fair, because medieval irony always likes to keep things balanced, you owe the manor lord another portion of your harvest. That's the feudal due, or the gimme tax, as your neighbor Hilda calls it. One year, she tried to hide some carrots in a pigsty. Let's just say the pig didn't get to enjoy them, and neither did she. The math is brutal. You grow enough to survive barely. Then the church takes 10%. The manor takes another chunk. And rats, mold, and weather snatch what's left. By the time you get to eat what you grew, it's like someone threw a banquet and left you the crumbs. If you're lucky, you get to keep your crumbs. One quirky workaround people whisper about involves tithe dodging. Not the modern offshore account kind, mind you. We're talking about hiding onions in your mattress, or pretending a piglet died and secretly raising it in the woods. You didn't hear it from me, but there's a farmer 2 villages over who's been harvesting the same dead apple tree for 6 years straight on paper. He's either a genius or a future heretic. And here's the kicker. Even if you had a bad year, you're still expected to pay up. Say rats ate half your barley. You still owe a full tithe on the whole field. Why? Because God apparently does not accept rodent-related excuses. At least not according to the reeve, who smells like wet wool and disappointment. You try to reason with him. The cabbages shriveled, you say, and the kale never grew. He shrugs and gestures at the barn. Then give more grain. Right, because you're clearly rolling in sacks of surplus barley. What makes this worse is knowing that the tithed goods aren't always used nobly. Sure, some go to the poor or the monastery kitchen, but a lot ends up feeding the clergy. Roast goose, honeyed pears, fresh cheese. Meanwhile, you're licking salt off a stale crust and pretending it's a flavor enhancer. And of course, the tithe doesn't stop at crops. Oh no, it extends to chickens, eggs, wool, even labor. You've been summoned before to repair part of the chapel roof, not because you're skilled, but because Father Baldwin thinks your back still works. Spoiler, it doesn't. Historians still debate whether tithes were viewed more as a spiritual duty or just another form of oppression. You try to see it as holy. You really do. But it's hard to feel spiritually nourished when your children are eating cabbage soup for the third week in a row, and you just gave your only edible turnips to a man wearing silk. Tonight, you eat your evening bread, slowly scraping off a bit of mold and pretending it's herbs. Your wife sighs as she stitches a hole in your only tunic. Maybe next year she says, but she doesn't sound convinced. Neither are you. A small victory, your neighbor traded you 2 eggs for helping him move his hay bales. You crack one into the stew, and the smell is almost overwhelming. Rich, warm, familiar. It reminds you of mornings that don't hurt and springs that didn't lie. And then your youngest asks the question, why do we give food away when we're still hungry? You hesitate. You don't have a satisfying answer. Because we have to, you say softly. Then you add, and because maybe someone will help us back one day. She nods and goes back to her soup. She's too young to know that maybe is the most dangerous word in a peasant's vocabulary. Later, you lie in bed, staring up at the rafters, listening to the rats skitter above your head. You wonder if the church will ever lower the tithe, if the manor lord will one day forgive a few debts, if the sky will offer a kind season. But deep down, you know better. The trap is built into the system, and until someone else rewrites the rules, you'll just keep paying with your harvest, with your labor, and with the gnawing ache in your gut. You smell it before you see it. Fat, sizzling meat, roasting sweet wine spiced with cinnamon and cloves. Your mouth waters so hard you almost forget to keep your head down. You're walking near the manor today, summoned to repair a fence, or dig a ditch, or some other noble errand that miraculously only becomes urgent the moment a feast is being prepared. And, oh, what a feast. Tables are being set up on the manor lawn. White cloths, real plates, shiny metal goblets. A hog turns on a spit, dripping golden fat into a trench of coals. Geese are being stuffed with fruit. There's cheese, soft and stinking, pies shaped like castles, bread so light it practically floats. You spot raisins, actual raisins, and grapes. You didn't even know grapes could grow in England. What is this sorcery? This is what nobles eat. This is what you'll never taste. You duck your head, trying not to stare, even though your eyes are wide as trenchers. Your stomach clenches like it's trying to revolt. You've spent the past week chewing on onions and oats. Yesterday's feast was a beat shared 4 ways. This is theater, edible theater, and you're stuck in the balcony seats with no ticket. One noble woman passes near you, dressed in layers of silk so fine you think a sneeze might shred them. She glances at you like she's wondering if your stench is part of the local flora. You nod respectfully, mostly to keep your job and your skin. She walks on unconcerned. Her lapdog wears a collar worth more than your hut. It's not just the food, it's the effortlessness of it. They eat meat not just on feast days, but regularly. They can afford spices from far-off lands, like saffron, pepper, ginger. You once traded 2 days' labor for a pinch of salt. They're tossing whole lamb legs into stew like it's cabbage. Historians still argue how often the average noble dined like this, whether these banquets were weekly indulgences or rare pageantry. But one thing's certain, they ate far, far better than you. And they burned fewer calories doing it. Go figure. You return to your work hands deep in mud, pretending not to hear the music starting. Minstrels are tuning up. Servants are laughing, and the smell of goose fat is practically a physical assault. You mutter something under your breath about boiled turnips and cracked teeth. Later that day, as you head home, you pass a servant scraping the remains of the feast into a trough for the manor pigs. You stop walking for a second because there's a chunk of untouched cheese in there. It's glowing in the evening sun, like a tiny dairy-shaped miracle. You don't move. You can't. The servant looks at you, then at the cheese, and back again. He shrugs, turns away, and doesn't say a word. You take it. You run like the wind cheese clutched in your dirty fingers. At home, your wife gasps. The children freeze. Then it's chaos dividing the treasure with the precision of a surgeon. It's salty and sharp, and you all chew slowly, eyes closed. It's the best thing you've tasted in a year. And that's the sad joke, isn't it? You live off scraps, scraps of scraps, and yet you're the one doing the hardest labor. The one who digs plants, harvests, carries, grinds, boils, and feeds. But the reward, it goes uphill. There's a saying in your village, the pig gets the feast, and the man gets the bones. You used to laugh at it. Not so much anymore. Some peasants have tried to push back. Quietly, a hidden chicken here, a stolen onion there. You once heard about a man who snuck into a noble kitchen and swiped a veal pie. He made it halfway across a field before a hunting dog caught him. He lost a finger. Not the pie. That was returned, apparently uneaten. Still you daydream. You imagine a table with meat every Sunday, honey on your bread, fresh fish, butter creamy and real. You imagine choice the simple ability to decide what to eat, when to eat it, and how much to save for tomorrow. One fringe belief among peasants, probably spread by someone who spent too long in the sun, is that nobles have different stomachs, that they're born needing richer food as ordained by God, that they die if forced to eat turnips for a week. You don't buy it. You once saw a young lordling gag on barley porridge and cry because it had no sugar. He lived, barely. You've also heard rumors that during wartime some noble families were forced to flee their estates and live like commoners. The horror. No wine, no roasts, no servants to wipe their royal noses. You smile at the idea, then feel bad. Kind of. Okay. Not really. Back in your hut, you pick the last crumbs of cheese from under your fingernails, savoring every flake like it's gold dust. Your youngest is still talking about the way it melted on her tongue. You all fall asleep a little warmer that night, not full, but closer. And in your dreams, you're sitting at the manor table. The nobles are gone. The dog wears a peasant cap. You raise a goblet of milk and toast to a world turned upside down. You don't even need a calendar. Your bones tell you what time of year it is. The ache in your knees. That's late autumn. The way your fingers crack and bleed when you wring out the laundry. Definitely deep winter. But the real horror show doesn't begin until spring, the season the poets call rebirth. But you know, as the hungry gap, see, winter hunger is slow and cold. It numbs you. But spring is a cruel little trickster. The days get longer. Your children play outside again. Birds chirp. The sun shows up early. It feels like a fresh start. Except your food stores are gone. Your stomach's flatter than your wallet, and the crops you just planted won't grow fast enough to help. This is when things get desperate. Last winter, you stretched your dried beans so far they were more dream than dinner. You soaked old peas, tried to revive pickled cabbage, and even boiled dried nettles. Your wife baked flatbread from old bran and mossy flour. The rats got fatter than your family. You barely made it through. Now it's April and nothing's ready. Your barley shoots are ankle high. The kale is still pretending to be alive, and you're stuck surviving off whatever hasn't rotted in your root cellar. Spoiler, not much. Historians still argue which season was truly the worst for peasants, but you know the truth. Spring is the time when bellies rumble loudest, when even the pigs start looking nervous, and when you'd trade your soul for a sack of dried apples. You scrape together a meal. That word is doing a lot of heavy lifting. It's mostly boiled water with a bit of turnip peel and wild garlic. Your wife adds old breadcrumbs and calls it stew. Your kids try to smile, but they're so skinny, their knees poke through their tunics. Tonight, your eldest tries to catch a rabbit. He's got a homemade snare and big hopes. An hour later, he comes back with an angry squirrel and a black eye. The squirrel escapes. The boy cries. No dinner. You're not alone. The whole village is staggering. Even old Marta, who never complains, has started chewing on leather scraps. One guy tried to eat his shoe last year. You don't ask how it went. Some peasants believe eating grass can help. You tried it once. Tasted like regret. The clergy says fasting during this time is good for the soul. Sure, easy to be spiritual when you've got a pantry full of cheese. But fasting isn't really optional for you. It's mandatory, continuous, and deeply unholy. And spring isn't just about hunger. It's also a test of your patience. You spend your days digging, planting, praying. You check the sky like it's going to text you back. Clouds mean hope. No clouds mean dust. And even if the weather cooperates, there's always something lurking. Locusts, mold, freak frosts. Pigs escaping their pens and destroying your onion patch. You remember that one year, a badger burrowed into your potato pit and made off with half your winter stash. You still haven't forgiven it. This year, you've tried something new, soaking dried nettles overnight and mixing them with oats. It tastes like hot grass and sadness, but it fills you up. Sort of. You dream of better things. Eggs. Milk. Bread that doesn't fight you back. Some fringe remedies float around during this time. The local healer swears rubbing badger fat on your belly will reduce hunger. Another old-timer suggests tying a red string around your waist to fool the stomach. Neither works, but you try both anyway. One morning, your wife stumbles, trying to lift the water bucket. You know she's been skipping meals to feed the children. You try to act like you didn't notice, but you did. And you're angry. Not at her, never her. At the way life is set up to starve you for working too hard. Historians still puzzle over why peasant food systems didn't adapt faster. The three-field system crop rotation and better storage methods existed, they just didn't reach every village in time. Some say it was lack of communication. Others blame landowners hoarding knowledge like cheese in a locked chest. You'd believe either. Probably both. Mid-spring, you catch a break. Literally. A neighbor's chicken lays more eggs than expected, and she offers you one. A single egg. You treat it like treasure. You boil it, gently slice it into thin coins, and everyone gets a piece. Your youngest licks her fingers afterward, whispering, "It was like sun." Moments like that feel holy. Still, the hard days outnumber the good. By the time May rolls around, you're chewing bark again. Someone claims there's a tree on the edge of the woods with edible leaves. Another says there's a stream with magic fish that only appear at dawn. You start to consider both. Then comes the day when your last precious cow, starts limping. You check her leg and see the swelling. Infection. You panic. Not because you love the cow, though you do in a weird way, but because if she dies, your family's milk is gone. And so is any hope of surviving next winter. You stay up all night applying poultices made from ash and herbs. You talk to the cow like she's your grandmother. She stares at you with those big, indifferent eyes. In the morning, the swelling is down. She moos once, farts, and walks away. Victory. That night, you actually sleep. But just for a moment. Because you know hunger's coming back. Always. The nights are shorter now, but somehow they feel longer. Hunger has a way of stretching time, making every hour between meager meals feel like a slow crawl across a thorny floor. And inside your cramped little hut, the real battle begins not in the fields, but at your table. Welcome to the Hunger Games at home, where dinner isn't a meal, it's a negotiation. You sit down on a lopsided stool, the fire giving off more smoke than heat, and your wife ladles out what's left of the broth. Tonight's delicacy, lentils, or what's left of them, boiled into a thin, grainy soup with a single wilted onion floating like a shipwreck survivor. She sprinkles in some dried herbs, maybe marjoram, maybe mystery leaves, and calls it herbal stew. It smells faintly of socks and hope. The kids are already watching her hand bowls in position like soldiers in formation. She gives the eldest the biggest share he's been working the fields, and the littlest gets the brothiest scoop. No one complains out loud, but the glances fly. And so begins the quiet, delicate ritual of family hunger politics. Historians still argue whether peasant families divided food strictly by age, gender, or need. But in your house, it's a combination of all three plus. Whoever looked the hungriest without crying. Today, that's probably you. You scrape the bottom of the pot for your portion, trying not to think about how you used to dream of owning a pig, maybe even a goat. Now you dream of eating like a pig root scraps anything solid. At least pigs don't argue over who gets the last turnip. Tensions flare now and then. Last week, your second son tried to sneak extra porridge. You found the ladle hidden under his blanket. He cried. You didn't punish him, you get it. But your wife did. She made him scrub the chamber pot with straw. And that was the highlight of the evening. You're all on edge. Hunger does that. It turns kindness brittle and patience thin. Your wife snaps at the children for making noise. The children bicker over whose bowl has more floating lentils. Even the dog, bless him, has started licking the walls. And yet humor creeps in. Because without it, you'd go mad. You call this soup, you mutter dramatically, swirling your bowl. I've had rainwater with more substance. Your eldest grins. Maybe if we leave it out in the wind long enough, it'll thicken. Careful, your wife adds dry as dust. Joke too hard, and the stew might get offended and leave. You all chuckle, tired, dry laughter. But it's laughter. And that's rare enough to count as dessert. Some evenings you tell stories to distract from the rumbling bellies. Folk tales, mostly foxes tricking farmers, greedy lords turned into toads' chickens that lay golden eggs. The kids love the chicken stories. You don't have the heart to tell them real chickens barely lay enough to keep up with breakfast. One fringe tale your grandfather used to tell, that deep in the forest lives a witch who can make bread from thin air. All she asks in return is a secret. You told her your name in a dream once. The bread was delicious. You woke up chewing your blanket. But not every night ends in laughter. Sometimes you lie there after dinner, stomach still hollow, and hear one of the kids crying softly. You pretend not to hear. What would you say? Sorry, no seconds, tonight, maybe next year. So instead, you get up and pretend to stoke the fire just to make noise. It feels better than silence. You've tried stretching your supplies with clever tricks. More water in the stew. Mashing up beans with ground oats. Adding foraged mushrooms, even if they smell a bit ambitious. One time, you stirred in old breadcrumbs, crushed nettles, and wild mint. The kids called it forest pudding. It wasn't a compliment. Historians still debate how much foraging knowledge peasants retained from older traditions. Some say entire communities survived on wild greens during lean years. Others argue most peasants didn't have the time or the energy to wander the woods hunting for edible leaves. For you, it depends on how desperate the day feels. And lately, pretty desperate. You've heard rumors of families elsewhere making soup from boiled stones. You thought it was a joke until Marta's grandson came by with a pouch full of smooth river rocks. Grandma says they help the flavor. You nodded solemnly. Didn't laugh. Might try it tomorrow. Your family knows when you're hiding something edible. They can smell it. Literally. Last month, you traded an old horseshoe for a piece of smoked eel. You hid it under the floorboards to stretch it over a few days. That night, your daughter walked in, sniffed the air, and said, "Something smells expensive." She found it in less than 3 minutes. There's also guilt, of course. You sometimes eat more than your share when no one's watching. Just a crust, just a bite. You justify it. I need the strength to work the fields, but it lingers in your mind like a shadow. Then again, your wife's been skipping breakfast for a month and thinks you haven't noticed. You both carry your secrets quietly. Love in peasant families is often expressed through who quietly gives up the last spoonful. And still, you go on. Because the fire still burns. Because the field needs tending. Because even if today's soup is mostly water and regret tomorrow might bring mushrooms, or eggs, or dare you dream a wheel of cheese fallen from the back of a cart, you fall asleep, listening to your children breathe. Not snore too little meat on their bones for that. Just soft, shallow breaths in the dark. You curl your body around them, like a blanket stomach empty, but heart trying its best to be full. And in the night, you dream again of the witch in the woods, holding out a perfect loaf of warm bread. This time, you offer your name, your secrets, even your shoes. She just laughs. You wake to a sound you've learned to dread, coughing. It's sharp wet, and coming from the straw pile where your youngest sleeps. You sit up heart heavy, already knowing this won't be good. In your world, sickness doesn't come alone. It brings hunger, weakness, and sometimes graves. You shuffle over and feel their forehead. Burning. Again. This makes the 3rd time this season, and it's barely begun. Sickness always follows hunger. That's the rule. When food gets thin, so do the walls holding disease at bay. You and your family don't have strong bodies. You're lean, brittle, stretched like worn cloth. Your immune system. That's just a fancy phrase historians might use. You call it dumb luck. You mix a bitter tea from old herbs and a pinch of dried nettles. Your grandmother claimed it chases out fevers. You're not sure if it works or if the smell just scares the illness away. Outside, the sun is pretending it might warm the earth, but the wind says otherwise. You're due to help repair the roof on the alehouse today. You'd like to skip it. But that means forfeiting your daily bread allowance and maybe getting fined a chicken. You don't have a chicken. You don't even have a picture of a chicken. You decide to go. Before you leave, you press a kiss to your child's sweaty forehead and whisper a promise I'll bring something back. Something warm. You mean it. You always mean it. At the alehouse, the work is muddy and slow. The landlord's roof is half collapsed and every nail is bent. You hammer haul and sweat. No gloves, no ladders, just your back and a prayer. And while you work, the familiar ache in your gut doesn't go away. It sharpens. One of the older men, Tom, leans in while you're hauling up a beam. Your youngest still sick, he asks. You nod. Fever. He spits into the mud. Spring's no good for sickly kids. Too warm to kill germs. Too cold to sweat 'em out. You've heard similar things. Historians still argue how much medieval peasants understood about disease, whether they believed in miasma's divine punishment or just plain bad luck. For you, it's all the same. The fever comes. Sometimes it leaves. Sometimes it doesn't. By midday, your hands are shaking. Not from effort, though there's plenty of that, but from hunger. You forgot to eat this morning. Again. Tom notices and tosses you a small crust of alehouse bread. It's stale, a little moldy, and absolutely glorious. You eat it slow, savoring every chew. Then right before you leave, the alewife pulls you aside. She's got a kind face, if a bit stern. Here she says, pressing a small cloth bundle into your hands. It's just a heel of cheese and a slice of pie crust. No filling. But it'll help. You almost cry. Instead, you nod and mutter something like, "Bless you." Then you run home as fast as your cracked boots will carry you. Your child's still sick, but they smile when you break off a piece of the cheese. Tastes like candles, they whisper, and you all laugh. You share the crust like it's cake. There's an unspoken rule in your village: you take care of each other when the coughing starts. It's not charity. It's survival math. If one family goes down, the others follow soon after. Sickness spreads like wildfire when you all live this close. And you do live close. Your whole family sleeps in one room, sometimes all in one bed. Your breath is shared. So is your fate. One fringe remedy someone swears by involves burning dried cow dung and inhaling the smoke. You tried it last year. Got a headache and nearly passed out. The fever stayed. The smell did too. Another woman swears by lizard oil. You're not sure what that is, and you're too afraid to ask. You try another herbal tea. Your wife crushes garlic and boils it in wine. That would be helpful if you had garlic or wine. The local priest comes by to offer a blessing. He places a hand on your child's chest and mutters a prayer. You appreciate it, though you wish he'd brought soup. Faith is great, but it doesn't fill stomachs or cool fevers. Later that night, your middle child starts coughing too. You lie awake, staring at the ceiling. The straw above you sways with every draft. You think about the old healer who once told you, if one coughs, the rest will follow. You mutter something impolite under your breath and bury your face in your arms. The thing is, when you're hungry, you can sometimes fake it. Smile, joke, steal a moment of joy from a crust of bread or a lucky egg. But when you're sick and hungry, that's when hope really starts to bleed out. Historians still debate how much illness influenced peasant productivity, but you know the answer firsthand. Sick means slow. Sick means mistakes. Sick means no planting, no firewood, no foraging. Sick means hunger goes from threat to certainty. Still, the next morning, you rise. You always rise. You mix what little you have into a gruel-wipe sweat from small foreheads and murmur encouragement like it's magic. Because sometimes it is. And sometimes it even works. The church bells toll again, and you pause mid-sweep, hand on your worn broomstick, heart sinking. It's Friday. That means no meat. Not that you have meat, but still there's something especially cruel about being told not to eat what you can't afford anyway. You glance at the pot, simmering on the hearth, barley, a few sad greens, and some dried fish that smells like it lost a bar fight. Welcome to the wonderful world of holy fasting, where the church tells you to go hungry, and you nod, even if you've been doing that already, for entirely unholy reasons. The rules are clear. On fast days, Fridays, Lent, Advent, Ember days, you avoid meat, dairy, and anything remotely tasty. The wealthy simply switch to fancy fish, imported eels, creamy almond milk, and a smug sense of virtue. You, on the other hand, are stuck gnawing on dried peas and cabbage water and pretending it's spiritual enlightenment. Your wife sets the bowl down with a grunt. There. Pious enough for you. You smirk. Holy stew. Just like Jesus didn't eat. Historians still argue whether fasting was a sincere spiritual practice or just a convenient way to stretch limited food supplies. For you, it's both and neither. It's a rule, and breaking it risks more than guilt. Word travels fast in the village. If the priest finds out you sneaked a bit of sausage during Lent, that could mean public penance fines. Or worse, your neighbors judging you with the burning intensity of 1,000 disapproving saints. That said, there are loopholes. One of the more fringe beliefs floating around is that beavers count as fish because they live in water. So do barnacle geese, apparently, according to some clergy. You once heard a noble say, "Swan tasted best during Lent." You couldn't tell if he was joking or if rich people just live in a completely different universe. You've never seen a beaver. You have seen your neighbor Tom quietly fry up a scrap of bacon during a mandatory fast. He winked at you and said, "It doesn't count if you eat it quickly." That might not be in the Bible, but it is village gospel. The worst is Lent. 40 days of fasting. 40. No meat. No eggs. No milk. No cheese. Just bread, beans, and boiled things. It's meant to prepare your soul for Easter. Mostly it just empties your belly and tests your marriage. You remember one Lent a few years back, when your wife found a stash of duck eggs. You both stared at them for an hour. She whispered, "If we eat them, no one will know." You nodded. Then you both cried. Then you boiled them and prayed for forgiveness through mouthfuls of golden yolk. And don't get started on the hypocrisy. You know for a fact the manor hosts fasting feasts. Sounds like an oxymoron, right? But it's real. Fish pies laced with butter, trout soaked in wine, fancy confections made with almond milk and dried fruits. Technically, it follows the rules. Spiritually, you're pretty sure Jesus would have flipped that table. The monks, too, managed to eat suspiciously well during fasting periods. Fish stews, stewed fruits, roasted nuts. They claim simplicity, but their kitchens smell rich. You once delivered firewood to the priory and caught a whiff of baked trout with herbs. You almost converted on the spot. Your stew finishes cooking, or at least it stops threatening to collapse. You ladle it into bowls. It's gray, thickish, Smells like boiled shoe. You sprinkle a bit of salt. That's your luxury today. The kids slurp it down like it's ambrosia. You pretend to enjoy it. It's got flavor, your wife lies. You nod. Holy flavor. And yet part of you understands. The ritual of fasting isn't all bad. It slows things down, forces reflection. In a weird way, it levels the field, at least among your neighbors. For a few days, everyone's pretending the same cabbage water is delicious. Misery does love company. You remember a strange little story your uncle told of a village that faked an entire fast day feast. Everyone showed up with empty pots, said a prayer, and took imaginary bites. Best stew I've never had, someone said. They all laughed until someone actually brought out real bread. Then it turned into a riot. Even your kids know the rules now. Your youngest once offered her crust of bread to the village priest during Lent and asked, "Do holy people eat holy crusts?" He smiled like it was cute. You could tell he didn't get the joke. You wonder how many fast days are truly about faith, and how many are just a way to ration food without admitting it. You'd fast anyway, even if the church didn't demand it. That's what hunger does. It turns religion into habit, and habit into necessity. Later that night, the wind rattles the shutters. You tuck the kids under a shared blanket stomach buzzing from too much broth and too little substance. Your wife rests her head on your shoulder. She whispers, "Only 37 more days." You laugh quietly. "Piece of cake," you say. And just like that, you both remember what cake even is. It almost hurts. You rise before the sun again. But instead of trudging to the fields, you head for the ale shed. Not because you're celebrating no, but because ale for breakfast is just what people do. Not tankards of frothy celebration, mind you. Just a clay cup of thin, cloudy beer. Warm, flat, barely fermented, and surprisingly, vital. Sea water is risky. It comes from the well, which is shared with the pigs, the laundry, and occasionally a dead rat. Boiling it takes fuel you don't always have. But ale brewed with boiled water, flavored with grains and herbs, and just alcoholic enough to kill the worst bacteria. That's the medieval version of a multivitamin. You sip your breakfast ale from a wooden cup with a small chip in the rim. It tastes like sour bread and wet grass. It warms your throat and settles your stomach, not because it's delicious, but because your stomach's empty and anything warm feels like kindness. Your wife hands you a bit of oatcake, more chewable shingle than pastry, but it does the job. Together, the ale and oatcake fill you with just enough courage to go shovel dung behind the piggery. Romance lives on. Historians still argue whether peasants were always slightly buzzed, or whether their ale was too weak to matter. You suspect the truth is somewhere in between. On a good day, it's enough to dull the edge. On a bad day, it's just grain-flavored water with aspirations. Your village brews its own ale in communal batches. Every few weeks, someone volunteers or is volunteered to boil the grains, stir the mash, and hope it doesn't explode. You helped once. You added too much yarrow and turned it into a medicinal nightmare. Folks called it witch's breakfast for a month. Today, it's Marta's turn to brew. She's an old hand at it. She stirs like she's punishing the pot, muttering about bad hops and how her first husband never finished a batch sober. No one knows what happened to her second husband. People assume he fled, possibly to another country. You sit nearby while she works mostly to stay warm, and partly because you like the smell. There's something comforting about malted grain bubbling away. Even if it's weak, Even if it tastes like sadness, it still feels like something. Something that might keep you going. She hands you a ladle for a taste. This one's for breakfast, she says. Lunch will be a bit stronger. Supper? Well, let's hope we're still here for supper. You take a sip. It's fine. Slightly bitter, with a hint of burned wood and someone's elbow grease. You hand it back and nod. Tastes like spring. Marta snorts. Tastes like rain and bad decisions. There's a certain social rhythm built around ale. People gather, share news, swap stories, trade complaints about goats and the weather. You learn today that Tom's youngest tried to baptize a chicken in the water trough. No one was hurt except the chicken's dignity. Ale also helps you forget that you haven't seen a real vegetable in 2 weeks. It helps you forgive your kids for eating the emergency beans without telling anyone. It even helps you pretend that you like oat bread soaked in old leek broth. One fringe belief holds that if you drink ale before speaking in the morning, your words won't betray you. You tried that during tax season. It didn't work. The Reeve still noticed your wheat count was lower than last year. You told him it was the crows. He told you it was God's judgment. You suspect it was just math. But ale isn't just for mornings. It's an all-day thing. You carry a jug with you to the fields. You sip it at lunch, assuming you have lunch. And in the evenings, after a long day of mud toil and existential dread, you share a cup with your family. You pass it around like a sacrament. Your youngest always pretends not to like it. She makes a face, says it tastes like angry soup, and hands it back. You suspect she actually does like it. But children learn early not to show desire for things there isn't enough of. Historians note that even children drank ale, albeit the watered-down, barely bubbly version. You'd raise an eyebrow at that, but you also remember that your village once gave 6 people dysentery in 1 week. Ale might be bitter, but it doesn't send you sprinting for the hedgerow. Still, there's a limit. When times are especially hard, you notice more people hanging around the ale shed during the day. You see more fights, hear more crying. Last winter, a man drank so much he passed out in the snow. They found him with his boots missing and his nose black from frostbite. You try to keep your balance. Ale is a tool, not a cure. It won't make your barley grow faster. It won't replace a lost sheep. It won't make the stew taste like meat. But it might give you just enough warmth to get through another morning. And some mornings, that's all you need. You finish your cup, wipe your mouth with your sleeve, and hand the jug to your wife. She drinks without comment. You exchange a look that says, another day, another pot of questionable decisions. And then you both head to the fields. You're creeping through the underbrush, heart pounding louder than your footsteps, eyes darting for movement. Not because you're hunting. Not exactly. More like foraging with intent. And intent in this case is code for don't get caught. Welcome to the shady world of food theft and forest laws, where a hungry peasant tiptoes into the woods hoping for dinner, and not a death sentence. You spotted a rabbit yesterday, fat and lazy near the old tree stump, just sitting there like it was mocking you. You swore quietly, then spent all night fashioning a snare from spare twine and the flexible branch of a hazel tree. It's crude. It's desperate. It might work. But it's also illegal. That's the thing about living under feudal rule. The forest may be in walking distance, but it might as well be a castle. Technically, it's the king's forest, or the manor's, or the local bishop's. Point is, it's not yours. and anything in it from rabbits to fish to firewood belongs to them. You, on the other hand, have a field full of weeds and a family with ribs like xylophones. You crouch by the snare. Nothing yet, but the bait, an old cabbage leaf, has been nibbled. That's promising. You listen. No dogs, no shouting reeves, just bird's wind and your own breath. Back in the village, everyone knows someone who's tried a little illegal gathering. It's an open secret, catching fish with your bare hands, gathering mushrooms too close to the Lord's hunting trail. Tom, of course, once accidentally felled a tree for firewood. He said it was already leaning. The steward disagreed. Tom spent 2 weeks in the stocks and missed a front tooth in the process. Historians still argue how strictly forest laws were enforced, whether minor offenses were overlooked, or if punishments were handed down with full theatrical fury. From where you sit, it depends on who catches you and what mood they're in, or whether their pantry's already full. You once saw a boy, barely 12, hauled off for catching a pheasant. It was his birthday. The bird wasn't even cooked yet. They took the bird, then whipped the boy in front of the church. The whole village watched in silence, then shared their bread with him afterward. And here's the twist. The lords don't need the food. They hunt for sport. They stock the forests with deer and boar, and then brag about chasing them down in silk-lined boots. You'd give your good eye for a single deer leg, and they toss the leftovers to their dogs. You remember one strange tale told at the alehouse. Some noble supposedly had a pet falcon that he fed roasted hare. Fresh. Daily. You could have fed your entire family on that hair bones and all. Instead, it went to a bird with attitude problems. But you're not bitter. Not exactly. Okay, very bitter. Especially when your stomach has been doing its sad little rumble song for 3 days straight. Your snare shifts. Just a twitch. You freeze. Breathe shallowly. Wait. Then a rustle. You lunge. Hands forward. The rabbit's in the trap, kicking like mad, but caught. You have it. It's small. Barely enough meat for 4. But it's food. Actual meat. You almost cry. But crying makes noise. And noise brings reeves. You tuck the rabbit into your sack, cover it with leaves, and slip back through the woods like a shadow. Your whole body hums with adrenaline, not joy fear. If someone sees you now, you could lose a hand. Or, worse, be fined in grain you don't even have. Some fringe tales say that poachers used to disguise themselves with leaves and mud moving through the woods like ghosts. You once tried that? The result? A rash, a bee sting, and no rabbit. But today, you feel like one of those ghosts, hungry, desperate, and just lucky enough. Back home, you rush into the hut, close the door, and pull the curtain. Your wife's eyes widen. Is that? You nod. Shh. She takes the rabbit, cradling it like treasure. It's skinned, cleaned, and in the pot before sundown. The smell fills the hut. Rich, gamey, wild. You haven't eaten like this in months. You eat it slow, carefully. The meat is stringy, but it's meat. You share stories while you chew. The kids are wide-eyed, chewing with reverence. No one speaks of the risk, just the reward. And as you lick your fingers clean, you say the quiet part out loud. Next time we get 2. But you know what happened to Marta's cousin. He got cocky, went deeper into the woods, found a deer, tried to drag it home. He didn't make it past the edge of the clearing. The deer got cooked. He got hanged. You fall asleep that night, full for once, and dreaming of forests with no fences. Places where food grows free, and no one has to steal what the earth willingly gives. But in the morning, you check the trees for patrols. You walk carefully, and you hide your snares well. The pie looks suspicious. It sits on your table like it's daring you to ask questions. The crust is cracked, the smell is strong, and the filling has a mystery to it, a certain vague chewiness that suggests it might once have had legs, or maybe just hooves, or teeth. You take a bite anyway, because you're starving. And frankly, mystery meat and Millers are the least of your worries tonight. Your wife doesn't ask where the meat came from. You don't ask where the flour came from. That's the deal. She bakes. You scavenge. Neither of you talks about it. That's marriage peasant style. The pie is edible, a little gritty, possibly squirrel. You're not sure. There's a tiny feather near the crust. You don't want to know. You just chew and hope it wasn't someone's pet. Food like this always comes with a side of secrets. The meat might be a leftover gift from your neighbor's hunting accident. Or maybe it fell out of a merchant's cart. The flour. That's where the real mystery begins. Millers? Ah, yes. The most feared, envied, and quietly cursed folks in your village. They run the grain mills, and they skim. Oh boy, do they skim. Historians agree that millers had a reputation. That whole give us your grain, we'll grind it for you system. It's ripe for abuse. You bring in a sack, you expect to get a sack back. But somehow, your sack always shrinks. Not dramatically, just enough that you feel it, but can't prove it. It's like magic. Bad magic. One of the more quirky theories passed around the alehouse is that millstones are secretly cursed, that they eat grain just a little with every turn. You know it's not true, but it still feels more honest than blaming Gregory the miller, who always looks too smug for someone who never works barefoot. Last time you went to the mill, you weighed your sack before and after. Lost almost half a loaf's worth of flour. You said something. Gregory said, "You must have spilled it." You did not spill it. You wanted to throttle him with your empty grain sack, but instead, you grumbled and stomped off like a proper peasant. Still, you have no choice. The Lord controls the mill. You're legally obligated to use it. If you grind your grain at home and someone rats you out, you get fined, or worse, lose a portion of your next harvest. There's a name for it. Banal lordship. Sounds fancy, right? Really just means you pay extra for your own grain. So yeah, you use the mill. And you curse Gregory under your breath. And sometimes you slip a handful of grain into your pocket before handing it over. Not enough to be noticed. Just enough to even the score. Tonight's flour, though it didn't come from the mill. That's the whisper between you and your wife. You got it from Marta, whose cousin has a hand mill hidden in a crate under his floorboards. Illegal? Yes. Risky? Yes. But better than feeding the Miller Mafia. You notice something odd about this flour. A little sandy, grainy, like it had extra grit. You joked it might have gravel in it. Your wife gave you a look and said, "Eat or don't. But if you spit it out, I'll feed it to the dog." The dog wagged its tail. You ate. Historians still argue how widespread adulteration of flour really was. Whether it was common practice or just desperation during famines, you don't know. You just know that this pie is probably 1/3 bulk filler, 1/3 questionably processed grain, and 1/3 mystery meat. And you're fine with that. There was one time you actually bought a pie from a traveling baker. A real flaky, crusted beauty. Cost you half a dozen eggs and a promise to chop wood for Marta all winter. You bit into it expecting heaven. What you got was fur, tiny bones, possibly rat. But it had seasoning. You finished it anyway. Food is food. Dignity is optional. You remember an old saying your father told you, a full belly forgets the recipe. He meant that when you're starving, anything tastes good. Even sawdust pie, even fried beet tops, even porridge that doubles as mortar paste. Some villagers have taken to getting creative. One man made a stew from boiled chicken feet and weeds. Another makes patties from mashed beans and tree bark. One family swears by their acorn pie, soaked, mashed, and baked until edible. It's bitter. It stains your teeth, but it doesn't kill you. Probably. Your family has grown used to the surprises. Your eldest jokes that every meal is a riddle. What am I? I'm chewy spicy and possibly still blinking. The kids laugh. Your wife doesn't. Tonight's pie is almost gone. There's a little juice at the bottom of the dish. You soak it up with the last bit of bread. You'd call it rustic if you were feeling poetic. You're not. But it's warm, and it sits in your belly like hope. You clean the plates with a dry cloth, no water to spare, and set them aside. You don't ask where the next meal is coming from. You don't ask if you'll have more flour next week. You don't ask if that was squirrel. Because when you're hungry, questions are a luxury. Answers don't fill bellies. But pie, even mystery pie, that'll do. This bread doesn't feel right in your hand. It's too light, too hard, too weird. You tap it against the table. It makes a sound like knocking on a coffin. Your wife slices it open and lets out a sigh. Inside, it's gray. Not brown. Not white. Gray. And there's grit. A lot of grit. You take a bite. It crunches. You wince. She shrugs. Better than nothing, she says. You're not so sure. Welcome to the world of dirt bread and additives, where flour is just the starting point, and you never quite know what's been added for texture. Let's rewind. You used to bake bread with barley or rye flour, coarse, sure, but reliable. Not tasty, but edible. The kind of bread you soak in broth, gnaw on with sore gums, and occasionally use to hammer tent stakes. That was fine. But these days, the flour's been stretched, bulked out, cut with other stuff. And that's when the problems start. Millers or bakers, depending on who you ask, have a little trick when grain runs low. They add fillers. Things that look like flour feel like flour, but definitely shouldn't be inside your digestive system. Historians have documented this grim practice, adulterating bread with everything from ground-up beans to sawdust chalk or even finely sifted clay. Yes, clay, because nothing screams wholesome baking like mud in your intestines. This loaf, you'd bet your last turnip there's bark in it, or sand, or something off a broom. You chew slowly, pretending it's nutty. One neighbor claims her baker mixed in plaster dust. Another says she found bits of bone. You once cracked a tooth on what turned out to be gravel. And there's a standing joke that your village's bread has more minerals than the riverbed. One of the more fringe beliefs going around is that certain enhancers make bread more filling, like powdered roots or powdered rocks. One man insists a pinch of ash keeps you from getting worms. You're skeptical. You ask your wife where she got the flour. She avoids your eyes. Marta gave it to me. You raise an eyebrow. Marta's cousin? She nods. He got it from a miller out in Wyndham. You both go quiet. Wyndham millers have a reputation. You try to soften the blow. It has flavor. Dirt is a flavor she deadpans. You smile. She doesn't. You're lucky to even have bread. Many aren't. A family down the lane hasn't had a proper loaf in weeks. They're living on thin porridge and fried nettles. They'd eat this gravel cake in a heartbeat. And truthfully, it does fill you. A little. Even if your teeth are mad about it. You remember one winter a man made loaves out of flour, mixed with clay, and dried moss, baked hard as stone. People used them as footrests, until someone got hungry enough to try one. That man broke a molar and claimed it was still the best thing he'd eaten all month. Historians still argue about how widespread this adulteration was. Some say it was common only during famines. Others say it became routine whenever prices rose. All you know is that real flour is gold, and anything that stretches it becomes negotiable. You once tried making bread at home with just barley flour water and a little salt. No additives. It baked flat, dense, heavy as a brick. But when you bit into it, no grit, no mystery, just honest bitter grain. You nearly cried. Then you realized the loaf used up half your flour ration. So now you let the millers add whatever they want, as long as it keeps you chewing. Some people are picky. They scrape off the burnt parts, trim the mold. You toast the mold. It tastes better that way. Add a pinch of garlic if you've got it, and you can almost imagine flavor. One joke going around is that you can sharpen your knife just by cutting the daily bread. You've tried. It worked once. And yet bread is still sacred. You cross yourself before slicing it. You thank the Lord for every crumb. When your children drop a piece, you make them pick it up and kiss it. Dirt or no dirt. Because at the end of the day, it's not just food, it's survival. Tonight, you sit around the fire, chewing grit-filled slices, telling stories to keep spirits high. Your daughter pretends her crust is a biscuit. Your son says his tastes like roasted squirrel. You all laugh. And then just before bed, your wife hands you a corner of bread. She saved soft from the center of the loaf. Eat it, she says. You do. It's chewy, salty, a bit sandy. And somehow, it tastes like love. It's market day. Officially the most exciting and depressing day of your week. You button your rough wool tunic, straighten the patch that's pretending to be a sleeve, and grab your tiny pouch of coppers and dried beans. Not for spending, just for bartering and looking respectable. Because today, you're headed to the village square, where hopes go to die next to overpriced onions. The market day despair begins before you even leave your hut. Your wife counts the coins again. Don't buy apples if they look bruised. They'll all be bruised. Then just don't look surprised. She hands you a list scratched on a bit of bark flour. A salt, maybe a scrap of cheese dream on, and if the gods smile, eggs. You both know that what you'll actually return with is some dry peas and half an argument with the baker's apprentice. Still, you head out. Boots caked in yesterday's mud. Pouch jingling softly like it's mocking you. The village square is already busy, and the smells hit first: fresh bread, roasting chestnuts, honeyed nuts, dried fish, and cinnamon. Who even has cinnamon? Oh, right, the spice merchant. He's got a shiny cart and a look on his face like he bathes weekly. You hate him on sight. You pass stalls brimming with things you can't afford. Wheels of cheese like golden suns. Baskets of apples, some barely bruised. Fat salted pork hocks hanging from a rack like delicious threats. You stop, stare, move on. At the grain stall, you find the miller's assistant selling flour that looks suspiciously gray. You ask the price. He doubles it before you finish your sentence. Winter's been hard, he says. On you, you ask, glaring. He shrugs. On everyone. Historians still debate how heavily inflated market prices got during lean years. You don't need a debate. You need salt that doesn't cost a week's wages. and possibly a good punch thrown in for free. You move along. One seller hawks meat pies. You're instantly suspicious. You ask what kind of meat. He grins too widely. Meaty kind. You keep walking. Your friend Tom waves you over. He's managed to get a single smoked sausage and is showing it off like it's a new baby. Traded 2 hens for it, he boasts. You raise an eyebrow. The hens were worth more. Yeah, but I was hungry now. Fair enough. You approach the salt lady. She's got a small jar barely enough to coat a herring, and she wants a full silver penny for it. You offer a string of dried garlic. She squints at it, sniffs, and agrees, plus a promise to help thatch her roof next week. You nod. She adds a few extra grains. You nod again. Trade sealed. At the back of the market, the eggs are going fast. Too fast. One man offers a full dozen. Rich guy. Probably a reeve. You ask for 3. The vendor laughs like you just told a joke about the bishop. You trade for 1. 1. You put it in your pouch like it's a holy relic. And then you see it, the cheese stall. Not much left. A few sad wedges. 1 round of hard sheep cheese crusted with herbs. You stare. The vendor sees your look and offers a sample just a shaving. You close your eyes and let it melt on your tongue like a prayer. Then you smile, thank him, and walk away. You can't afford cheese. Not this month. Maybe not this year. But hey, you tasted it. You pass a boy holding a basket of pastries. He drops one. You make eye contact. You're closer. He hesitates. You don't. You scoop it up, brush it off, and hand it back with a wink. The boy nods. You both know that if his master had seen, you'd have pocketed it. But not today. Some fringe tales say that if you steal food on a market day, the spirits of the hungry will haunt you. You're not superstitious, but hunger already haunts you enough. You return home with your 1 egg, your precious salt, and a sack of dried peas that might make 3 pots of something soup-like. Your wife looks through the items with the precision of a magistrate. She raises the egg in the candlelight, inspecting it. Not cracked, she murmurs. Not yet, you say. She smirks. The kids smell the salt. One of them whispers, "We're eating like kings tonight." You laugh loud from your gut. Then you realize how weirdly true that feels. Historians still argue whether peasants visited markets weekly or monthly, whether bartering was more common than coin, and how accessible food really was. You don't need academic consensus. You just need next week's egg. Tonight, you eat pea soup with salt in it. Actual salt. It stings your tongue. It makes the watery broth taste like something. You crumble the last of the oat bread into it, thickening it just enough to feel indulgent. You tell your family about the cheese stall, about the cinnamon, about the meat pie guy who refused to admit what meat it was. Everyone laughs. You pantomime the vendor's shifty eyes. Your wife says she bets it was hedgehog. The kids cackle. And even though your belly isn't full, your heart is. Because today, you played the game. And you didn't lose. You wake to church bells, not hunger. That's how you know something's different. And when you glance over and see your wife already tying up her best kerchief, the blue one, with the stitched edge you remember, it's a holy day, which means a pause from plowing a break from bread made with bark, and if the saints are feeling generous, a chance at something miraculous meat. You scramble into your second-best tunic, which is just your usual tunic, but recently patched, and gather the kids. Everyone's whispering like it's someone's birthday, and in a way, it is. The church calendar is full of feast days, saints' days, and minor religious events that conveniently double as excuses to celebrate. Not often, but enough to keep the dream alive. And today's special, it's the feast of Saint Walburga, patron of good harvests, and some say butter. You don't question it. Any saint who encourages dairy is a saint you support. At the churchyard, the smell hits first roast pork, real pork, not dried, not salted, not the imaginary kind from bedtime stories. Honest to goodness, crispy skinned, fat dripping, slow cooked meat. Your eyes water. Might be the smoke, might be divine intervention. Everyone's gathered cloaks fluttering, children chasing each other. Neighbors looking slightly cleaner than usual. Even Tom's combed his hair. Sort of. Historians note that church feasts were among the only times many peasants got to eat proper meat, especially pork, which was otherwise reserved for taxes, tithes, or the manor's kitchen. You don't need a history book to confirm that. You've lived it. There's a wooden table, piled with loaves, jugs of weak ale, a bowl of stewed apples, and centerpiece of the divine banquet, a whole roast pig glistening like a jewel. The priest leads a short prayer. No one really listens. You all know God understands. Hunger speaks louder. The rules of distribution are fair mostly. Big families get first pass. Widows and the elderly are given special slices. You hover politely, trying not to look like you'd stab someone for a rib. Then it's your turn. A deacon hands you a portion wrapped in a cabbage leaf, pork shoulder, thick with fat, seasoned with something you can't name. You take it back to your wife like it's sacred relic. The kids gather around. Everyone takes a bite. Silence. Chewing. Eyes closed. One child whispers, "It's hot." You nod. And greasy. Another says, "It's the best thing I've ever tasted." You pause. Then correct her, "No, this is the best thing we've ever tasted." She grins, grease on her chin. Pure joy. You chase the pork with a chunk of bread, white bread even. Probably made with wheat, possibly stolen from a bishop's dreams. It's soft. The crust flutters like pastry. You wonder briefly if you've died. You catch Marta tearing up over her serving. She hasn't eaten meat since her husband passed 3 years ago. You offer her a sip of ale. She nods. She toasts to Saint Walburga. You all do. Later a juggler performs. Not well, but with enthusiasm. He drops the pins twice. No one cares. There's meat in your belly. You'd applaud a singing goat at this point. There's dancing. There's singing. Someone brings out a lute that sounds like it's missing several strings, and possibly a soul. It doesn't matter. The entire village is warm full, and for the first time in weeks, not thinking about beans. Your youngest falls asleep on your lap. Your wife leans against your shoulder. You listen to the crackle of the bonfire and think this. This is why people stay alive. Not for the fields. Not for the taxes. Not for the bark bread or fasting. For this. Even if it only happens a few times a year. Historians still debate how effective church feasts were at relieving long-term hunger. Some say they were symbolic more than practical. Others argue that even a single high-calorie meal could make a real difference in peasant resilience. You don't care what scholars argue. You're eating pork. You have a full belly. Your family is smiling. Today, the system worked in your favor for once. By evening, the tables are cleared. The pig's bones have been picked clean. The bread is gone. The ale is dry. But the fire still burns and people linger. You overhear someone say there might be another feast in 2 weeks, for St. Hubert or St. someone. Doesn't matter. You mark it in your mind like a secret. The walk home is slow and happy. No one complains. No one asks what's for dinner. There won't be dinner, but no one needs it. Not tonight. Back in your hut, you tuck in with a belly that's heavy in the right way for once. You breathe deep, smell wood smoke and roasted fat still clinging to your clothes. You close your eyes, not hungry, not angry, not dreaming of rabbits or turnips or eggs, just satisfied. And that's a miracle. The moon is high tonight, full pale, casting long silver fingers across your fields. Your wife stands by the window, whispering something into her hands. You don't ask what. You already know. She's blessing the seeds. Welcome to the odd, hopeful world of peasant superstitions, where hunger isn't just a physical ache, it's a spiritual gamble. And anything that might improve your harvest, you try it. Whether it's practical farming knowledge or whispering charms into a sack of barley, it's all part of survival. Your wife finishes her quiet murmur and turns eyes wide and serious. Don't walk across the plot before the first crow. It's bad luck. You nod. You don't believe it, not really. But you also don't walk across the plot because you're not trying to make things worse. Every village has its rituals, some useful, some strange, some a bit of both. You were raised on them. Touch iron before planting. Burn last season's weeds under a full moon. Feed the first egg of spring to your oldest child unless it's laid on a Sunday. Then it's cursed. Your neighbor Marta, ever the authority on ancient nonsense, swears by burying a bit of salt and hair at the corner of the field to ward off blight. You watched her do it once. No idea if it worked, but her cabbages were enormous that year. Another man, you forget his name, he died last winter, used to sing to his barley. Not real songs, just sounds. Low humming, like bees in a jug. Claimed it helped the grain wake up. You tried it once, felt silly. Then the wind shifted, and you heard something hum back. You didn't try again. Historians still argue how much medieval peasants really believed in agricultural superstitions versus doing them just in case. But from where you stand, it's all blurred. Faith, fear, tradition, habit. They bleed together like soup spilled on bread. You remember your father dragging you out before dawn to scatter ashes in the furrows. Keeps the worms away, he'd grunt. You never asked how. He probably didn't know either. He just did it. And you do too. Because your potatoes aren't sacred, but they are sacred. Today, you help your wife press seeds into the ground. She touches each one with 2 fingers and mutters something under her breath. Maybe a prayer, maybe a charm, maybe just a wish. You respect the ritual. You even throw in your own muttered nonsense. Later you pass the village well and toss in a crust of bread. Old custom says it brings rain. The woman before you dropped in a silver coin. Show off. Some fringe beliefs get a little wild. There's an old shepherd who swears that if you bury a crow's feather under your onions, they'll grow sharp enough to kill a man. He once showed you one. It did look angry. And then there are the warnings. Never harvest root vegetables during a waning moon. Never pick herbs after a funeral. Never bring a toad near your grain sacks. You'd laugh if you hadn't once seen 3 sacks go moldy after your son caught a toad and brought it home for fun. Coincidence? Maybe. But again, you're not taking chances. You also leave offerings now and then. A sliver of bread on a fence post. A splash of ale into the wind. You don't say, it's for the spirits of the field. You just do it. And if no one sees you, even better. At night, when you're lying in bed, you hear your wife whisper the old names. Names of saints and things older than saints. She blesses the soil, the seeds, the cow, the children, you, even when she thinks you're asleep. And maybe that's the real power in all of it. Not the charms, not the odd objects buried under hedges, but the act of trying, of hoping. Because when you live on the edge of hunger, belief is a form of resistance. You look out the window again. The moon is still bright. The earth looks soft, forgiving, like it might give you a break this year. You remember last spring when you planted early and frost killed half your crop. Your wife said it was because you didn't lay the stones in a cross at the edge of the plot. You scoffed. Then you laid them anyway. This year, you laid them again, just in case. Your neighbor Tom mocks the rituals, calls them dirt prayers, says if a field fails, it's because the soil's bad, not because you forgot to chant at a turnip. Then again, his last 3 crops failed. So now, he mutters over his seeds like everyone else. You once met a monk who said God made the rain, but man decides when to hope. You don't remember much else about him, but that stuck with you. Tonight you tuck your children into bed and whisper a little blessing over them. Not church Latin. Just something old your mother used to say. About warm hands, safe bellies, and full harvests. You sit by the hearth, your wife beside you, her fingers still dusted with dirt. She leans her head against your shoulder. Think it'll be a good year? She asks. You think of the charms, the buried hair, the whispered names. Maybe you say. And maybe is enough. You're repairing the chicken coop, which is less a coop and more a suggestion of wooden planks. It's raining again, and your boots squelch in the mud as you wedge a broken board back into place. The chickens watch you like they're judging your craftsmanship. Honestly, they probably are. Across the road, a monk walks by. Brown robe, worn sandals hood up against the drizzle. He nods as he passes. You nod back. Then you mutter to yourself, bet he's not hungry. Because if you've noticed anything over the years, it's this monks eat better. Not always lavishly, no. But consistently, comfortably, warmly. Their tables might not be stacked with roast peacock and sweet pastries, but compared to your cracked bowl of oat gruel, they're living the good life. Lentils fresh bread, fish on Fridays, and if you believe the rumors, a whole lot of cheese. You remember the time you delivered firewood to the monastery kitchen. The smell hit you like a wall stew herbs something baked. Your stomach tried to leap through your rib cage. The cook, a round monk with laugh lines and flour on his face, gave you a crust of spiced bread. You ate it so slowly, it lasted you the walk home and half a bedtime story. Historians note that many monasteries had functioning gardens, herds of sheep, dairy cows, and well-stocked cellars. Some even brewed their own beer, good beer. Not your village's boiled barley water with delusions of flavor. The brothers worked, yes, but they also knew how to store, how to plan, how to manage supplies through the hungry seasons. You envy that. Not just the food, the predictability. You nail the coop shut and glance at your wife. She's at the hearth stirring something. You can tell by the way her shoulders slump that whatever it is, it's not going well. The stew smells like boiled regrets. You ever think about joining them? She asks suddenly, not looking up. The monks. She nods. You'd eat better. You grin. I'd also have to shave my head and not speak. You barely speak now. Touché. The truth is, the idea has crossed your mind more than once. Joining a monastery is one of the few ways a poor man might escape hunger without dying or marrying rich, which is unlikely given your face and the fact that your one good shirt now serves as a curtain. Monasteries often took in orphans, second sons, and the occasional desperate adult looking for shelter. You heard about a man 2 villages over who joined late in life and put on 30 pounds in a year. Some say he became a scribe. Others say he just liked the beer. One fringe rumor says that if you sneak into a monastery and pretend to be mute, they'll let you stay out of sheer confusion. You're tempted, but your children would miss you. Probably. You walk to the edge of your field and watch the monk disappear down the muddy path. He walks slow, like he's got nowhere to be and nothing to fear. That alone is enough to make you jealous. Your wife joins you, arms crossed, eyes on the sky. Why do they get so much food? She asks. Not bitter, just curious. Because they pray for everyone, she snorts. I pray. I don't see anyone handing me trout. Maybe you're not praying right. She elbows you gently. You both smile. Historians still argue whether monasteries were truly charitable institutions or just well-fed pockets of piety. Some say they provided essential aid during famines. Others say they hoarded more than they helped. You think the answer is probably both. People even in robes. You do know this. During the last bad harvest, it was the monks who handed out dried peas and barley. You stood in that line. You remember the way they looked at you, not pitying, not judging. Just human. And the soup was good. Too good, honestly. You still think about it. Your son once asked what monks do all day. Pray and eat, you told him. Can I be a monk? You snore too loud. He laughed, then asked for bread. You had none that day. Later that evening, you take a walk to clear your head. Past the fields, past the stream, the monastery rises behind the trees, its stone walls catching the sunset. You can hear chanting, soft, rhythmic, ancient. It makes your chest ache in a way you can't quite name. You sit on a stump and close your eyes. And for a moment, you let yourself imagine its simple robes, warm meals, quiet halls, a place where your hands blister from writing, not from digging, a bed with a real blanket, cheese on the table, bread that doesn't crack your molars. But then you remember your daughter's laugh, the way your wife hums when she stirs the pot, the firelight in your tiny hut, the warmth even when the food's thin. And just like that, the ache fades. You stand up, brush off your tunic, and head home. The monks may eat better, but they don't have your stew. Whatever that means, smoke hangs in the air like a warning. You smell it before you see it: burned grain, scorched thatch, something sharp and bitter underneath. You follow the trail of villagers moving fast, but quiet, like they're headed to a funeral. And in a way, they are. The granary is burning. You reach the edge of the square just in time to see the last of the flames licking the storage barn's rafters. Buckets fly water, sloshes someone screaming, but it's too late. The building collapses inward with a groan, sending a puff of black soot skyward. A piece of roof rolls off and smashes into the mud. It's done. And you all know this wasn't an accident. No lightning, no careless lamp. This was lit by hand. Someone snapped. Welcome to hunger riots and rebellions. You stand still, heart pounding, the fire's heat still radiating like a ghost. Around you, murmurs rise. They kept too much. They had barrels of oats in there. They let Marta's boy starve while they fed the Reeves dog. No one names the arsonist. No one has to. Because at a certain point, desperation turns into anger. Quiet anger becomes loud anger, and loud anger that gets warm. You think of last week when you saw the manor steward carting sacks of grain into the Lord's storage barn. heavy full clean. You thought it was odd he wasn't supposed to collect until next month. Then you remembered the famine rumors from the next shire over. Prices rising, crops failing, lords hoarding. Historians still argue about how frequent peasant uprisings really were. Some say rare, others insist they were smothered quickly. You think the truth lives in ashes like these small, quiet explosions. Short bursts of rage that flare and vanish, leaving just enough destruction to feel like justice, without changing much. Your wife finds you in the crowd. Her face is pale jaw clenched. Who do you think no one knows? You interrupt fast. Because even now, you're not going to speak it aloud. You know the price. If the Reeve suspects who did it, the whole village might suffer. Fines, floggings, worse, and still, no one turns. Not yet. Later you hear whispers that it was Marta, or Tom, or that angry lad whose father died after eating moldy bread rationed from that same barn. Or maybe it was all of them. A quiet cabal of starving stomachs and calloused hands. You don't ask. You wouldn't want to know, because a part of you, small, flickering, understands. You think back to the bread you brought home 2 days ago, hard as stone, full of grit. Your youngest asked if it was supposed to make her teeth hurt. You smiled, said yes. That meant it was growing bread. She believed you. But your wife didn't. She stared at the crust and said softly, "We used to have better, not much better, but enough. And now someone has burned the last line of control. The food store, the guarantee, however meager, of next month's rations, gone in a flash of angry fire and creaking wood. The Reeve arrives late, flanked by a few guards from the manor. They stand at the smoking ruin like it's a murdered relative. His face is red, his eyes sharp. Who did this? Silence. No one leaves until I know. Still silence. Even the chickens are quiet. You catch Marta's eye. She's calm. Dust on her sleeves. A smudge near her cheek. Could be soot. Could be mud. Could be coincidence. He turns away, swearing under his breath. The guards start checking huts, shaking down barrels, poking at fire pits, looking for evidence. Everyone acts normal, or too normal. You go home. You eat a thin soup of barley and onion tops. You chew slowly, eyes on the door. The kids don't notice. They never saw the fire. You tell them a rat got into the barn. It's not even a lie. Just not the whole truth. Some fringe stories say that when a granary burns, the spirits of the harvest are released and will bless the next planting. It's nonsense, but you catch your wife sprinkling ash on your seed bag the next morning. She says nothing. You say nothing. That night you dream of fire. Not fear, not destruction, freedom. A world where the barns are open, the bread is soft, and no one has to barter their child's blanket for dried peas. But when you wake, it's still cold. The granary is still gone, and the steward will want someone to pay. Still, there's a new heaviness in the air, not fear, something else. Power. Because someone, somewhere, said no more. And while it might not fill your belly, it warms you just a little. You look up. Again. Not at your roof, though that's leaking, but at the sky itself. Big. Pale. Sullen. A thin film of clouds stretches across the heavens like the world hasn't quite decided if it's going to rain or just make you sweat. And here's the truth. You've learned the hard way. The weather is a weapon, and lately it's got you in its sights. The wind is wrong. The air feels off. The chickens are quiet, which never means anything good. Your joints ache in that familiar throbbing way that only signals one thing. Another bad season is crawling your way. You try not to panic. But panic is free. You stand in the middle of your struggling barley patch, arms crossed, trying to convince yourself that a late frost probably won't happen. That last week's hailstorm probably didn't kill the carrot seedlings. That too much rain in May isn't definitely going to rot the beans. But you've lived through this before. You remember last year's flood. The water came in like a guest who'd lost the address, confused, loud, and incredibly rude. It drowned your onions, soaked the grain sacks, and turned your root cellar into a swimming hole for rats. The year before that, drought. Everything turned to dust. Your cabbages withered before they even sprouted. Historians still argue whether weather alone caused medieval famines or just tipped already fragile systems over the edge. For you, it's not a theory, it's Tuesday. The manor steward naturally blames you. You need to improve your planting methods, he says, from the comfort of his perfectly dry and well-stocked estate. You nod. You smile. You do not mention that planting better doesn't stop rain from falling sideways. And don't even get started on the cold spells. There's an old superstition in the village: if the cows lie down all at once, frost is coming. If you see bees before the first full moon, expect a dry summer. And if the birds fly backward, well, you're doomed either way. Your wife laughs at that one, but she still watched the sky this morning with a tightness in her jaw. The problem is, there's no one to blame. You can shout at a tax collector. You can curse a miller. You can even fantasize about tripping the steward into a puddle. But weather, it doesn't care. It doesn't hear you. It just happens. 1 minute, you're laying seeds in soft, perfect soil. The next, you're racing to cover your sprouts from sleet with a broken basket lid and an old tunic. You've even tried offerings. Last spring, you placed a piece of bread on a rock and whispered an old blessing to the wind. It rained for 3 weeks. Your wife told you to stop trying sky bribery. You listened. Then it hailed. Some fringe beliefs say the weather's a punishment for sins, for laziness, for forgetting a saint's day. Some say it's controlled by witches in the woods or monks in their towers. One of the older villagers insists the miller's donkey controls the rain because every time the beast brays, something floods. You've started listening for that donkey. Today, the wind picks up again. Dust rises from the path. Your barley bends too low for comfort. The clouds thicken like angry thoughts. You sigh, look up and whisper, "Be kind." No response. You visit your storage hut. Count your dried peas. Half a sack left, enough for another 2 weeks if stretched. You check the onions, sprouting in the bin. You'll eat them anyway. You always do. Your wife joins you. "Storm coming," she says. You nod. Of course there is. You brace the roof. Tighten the door latch. Move the grain off the floor, even though it won't help if the walls leak again. Then you sit on the step and wait. That's the worst part. The waiting. The not knowing. Later, thunder rolls over the hill like a bored god kicking barrels. The children curl in bed. Your wife closes the shutters. You watch the sky flicker. Historians point out that medieval communities had no early warning systems, no radar, no forecasts, no maps. Just aching bones, twitching animals, and intuition passed down through too many hungry winters. And even then, sometimes you're wrong. Sometimes the storm misses. Sometimes it hits harder than you thought possible. Sometimes the sun comes out the next day, like nothing happened at all. But that unpredictability, it's the worst hunger of all. Because at least with empty shelves, you can see the loss. With weather, you just hope. And hope doesn't fill bowls. The storm hits after midnight. Wind howls through the gaps in your door. Rain lashes the roof like it's trying to remind you who's boss. You hold your wife's hand in the dark and wonder if the barley made it, if the cabbage roots will hold, if the stream will stay in its bed this time. The baby whimpers. You whisper, "It'll pass," because it has to, and because you don't know what else to say. The field looks like it's giving up. You kneel down, fingers brushing over the earth, thin, cracked, uncooperative. The barley shoots are stunted. The beets barely nubs. The rain came too hard, too fast. Then stopped. Then came again sideways. Now everything's waterlogged and parched somehow. Welcome to medieval farming. You don't need a priest or a weather almanac to tell you the truth. You're one bad harvest from death. Not hunger, not discomfort, not a lean season. Actual death. Real shallow grave, no prayers left death. And not just for you, your wife, your children, your neighbors, your whole fragile little village. One bad season is all it takes. One drought, one flood, one mold outbreak, one batch of spoiled grain. And the odds are never in your favor. You've seen what happens when people start to fall. You remember 3 years ago when the grain rot spread. Dozens got sick. They called it St. Anthony's fire, though it had nothing to do with saints and everything to do with poisoned rye. Fingers went numb, feet blackened. A girl down the lane danced for hours before collapsing. No one ever figured out why. Historians still argue whether the constant threat of famine was overblown by chroniclers or underreported in village records. But here on your patch of miserable land, it's not a question, it's arithmetic. If your garden gives half what it should, that means 4 fewer sacks of grain. That means a week without porridge. That means your kids start chewing on cloth again. The system is brutal. In its simplicity, you grow food. You eat it. If you don't grow enough because of weather pests, taxes theft, or just bad luck, you die. This is why your dreams are never dreams. They're calculations. You fall asleep wondering if you can trade your last goat for oats, if the priest would accept firewood in place of a tithe, if the miller might give you honest flour this time, if your wife has any garlic left hidden under the floorboards. You don't think about festivals anymore. You think about calories. Your neighbor Marta has already lost 1 child this year. Cough turned into fever, turned into nothing left to feed him. She buried him behind the hut. No priest, just hands and tears and silence. You helped dig, didn't say a word. You knew yours could be next. Your youngest has started picking at walls again. Last time that happened, you found a pebble in her stool. You had to laugh. And then you cried. It's not just food. It's everything that leans on food. Strength, mood, sanity. When you're hungry, you snap faster. Your hands shake. Your hope flickers like a wet candle. Your patience runs dry. And every bit of effort, hauling, planting, digging, just makes you hungrier. It's a loop with no off-ramp. And the worst part? There's no one to blame who can actually fix it. The reeve doesn't control the sky. The priest doesn't grow wheat. The steward, the miller, the lord, they all take, but they don't grow. And you wonder, on the worst days, if anyone up there even knows what it's like to go to bed listening to your child breathe slower just because she didn't eat enough. One fringe tale says, there's a magical land over the hills where food grows, without planting bread, hangs from trees, and soup springs from the ground. People call it cocaine. You used to think that story was silly. Now you tell it to your children every night. It's a bedtime story, and maybe a prayer. You sit in the field long after the sun goes down. No one calls you. Everyone knows what this quiet means. It's the silence of thinking ahead, of trying to find a way through. You touch the soil again. It feels cold. You whisper to it. Not a prayer, exactly, more like a bargain. Please, just grow. Just this once. I'll do the rest. Behind you, your wife lights a lantern. The glow spills out of the hut like a warm breath. It smells like onion soup again. It always does. You're not mad about it. You're just tired of pretending it's enough. You walk back slowly, hand grazing the brittle stalks. Inside, your kids look up with tired eyes. One is asleep open-mouthed. The other is picking lint off her shirt and pretending it's candy. Your wife hands you a bowl. You eat. It's warm. You're grateful. But deep down, a voice reminds you this won't last. And that's the voice that lives with you always. Not fear, not even hunger expectation. That one day soon there will be nothing left to trade, to forage, to cook, to share. One bad harvest, that's all it takes. And that harvest, it's already here. But tonight you're not there yet. Tonight the fire still burns. Tonight your children still breathe. Your wife still hums quietly as she folds a piece of cloth, and the walls of your little home, though patched and weathered, still hold back the night. The wind has softened. The stars blink above your roof like sleepy guardians. Your belly is not full, but it is not empty. And in this life, that difference matters. You lie down on your straw mat, pull a blanket over your shoulders, and listen to the creak of the rafters, the faint drip of rain outside, the gentle rustle of your wife turning in her sleep. Your eyes begin to close, your breathing slows. The ache in your limbs settles into something dull and distant. Tomorrow the sky may rage again. The barley may wither. The miller may cheat, but not tonight. Tonight you are warm, and that's something. So let your thoughts drift to feasts, to fields of endless bread, to days when the rain comes just right and the harvest is generous. Let your mind walk through those golden dreams hand in hand with hope. Sleep gently now. The work is done. The fire is low. And somewhere in the dark, far beyond your door, the seeds you planted are still there, waiting, quiet, alive, just like you.